Okay!
Right. Very well.
Oh, that treasure chest looks really nice. Now's our chance. We can do this!
I can do this. You're not getting away. Molten Rain! Now's our time to finish this. Understood.
Right.
Okay!
Yeah. With pleasure. That was a cinch.
Great!
Oh my, what a lovely chest.
Now's our chance. Let's get him! Here I go. Ha! Now!
I'll back you up!
Right. Huh. Very well. We mustn't tarry here too long. And here's the highway.
We'll need to turn right to reach the town then.
I can barely see where I'm going.
I could totally see myself getting lost in this.
This will be over in an instant.
Let's move!
With pleasure. How about this? Die. Right. You're not getting away. Molten Rain! Now's our chance. Time to strike. You fought beautifully, my lady. It was nothing special, really.
Now's our chance. We can do this.
No problem. Pierce them! Mirage Arrow! Now! Time to strike! With pleasure. How about this? Die!
Here I go. There! Ha! Okay, it's safe for now.
อุ้ยจะให้ไม่รู้ตัวสักหน่อย
This will be over in an instant.
Let's move. There! Ha!
คืองงว่ามี
I
ส
can
เต
do
ตง
this.
สเตตัสแล้ว แถวนี้คือมอนสเตอร์ระดับสูงเหรอ
Fire! Now! Time to strike! With pleasure.
It's my turn. Hey! Oh, we did.
What a fearsome opponent. Do take care.
Watch out, this is a tough one.
May I? How about this? Die!
โดนเลย
Here I go. There!
ซัดเลยแล้วกัน
Ha! Now's our chance.
I'll back you up.
No problem. Pierce them! Mirage Arrow!
Okay. Sweet dreams.
Let's move. There! Ha! Now's our chance. Let's go, everyone!
Okay.
Understood. May I? How about this? Die. No problem.
ฮีโร่เลยเหรอแพ้อะไร ไฟดินนอกนั้นไฟไม่ได้มีเกี่ยวดีบวกเอฟเลยนะ
Hup.
Right. Hey!
Right.
Here I go. Sit!
pleasure.
ท้ายด้วยนางเอกตัวจริง
We mustn't tarry here too long. Oh, look! There's a treasure chest.
มันดีตรงบวก evasion นั่นแหละ เก็บไว้เผื่อจะต้องสู้บอสที่ใช้ evasion เยอะๆ มันจะให้เราไปทางนี้ไหมเนี่ย นั่นไง
We got this.
Let's move. There! Ha! Now!
I'll back you up!
No problem. Pierce them! Mirage arrow! With pleasure. How about this? Dive! Our chance! Gotcha!
It's my turn! Hey! Now!
Got you!
Whew.
Huh? Thank goodness!
หืม จำไม่ได้หรอ ลอร่าอยู่ไหนจ๊ะ อ จะไปเลยเหรอ ไปคุยกับวีเบอร์ขอบใจจ้ะ ไปคุยกับเบิร์น ไม่ใช่เบิร์น เบม อาหารทะเล ไปที่ร้านค้าทั่วไป ไปซื้อหนังสือ โอเค แล้วก็ให้ไปซื้ออุปกรณ์ใหม่ แต่ยังไม่ซื้อตอนนี้ ไปหาวีวีเพื่อนเก่าที่โบสถ์ทำไมรถอะ Shadow Queen นะ เป็นอันใหม่อยู่แล้ว ออกตัวใหญ่ไม่มีจุดว้าร์ปหรอ ถึงจังเลยแคสเปอร์ที่โรงเรียนฝึกสอนไม่ใช่สักคน แล้วก็ไปที่จุดตกปลา
This spot looks perfect for fishing.
โอเค นาดนั้นเลยเหรอต้องพร้อมละเดี๋ยวนะก็น่าจะดีกว่าเดิมอยู่ถ้าอัปเกรด2,0002452ก็รองเท้านี้ดีกว่าเดิมแต่เรื่องชุดนี่ไม่แน่ใจเอ๊ะถ้าบวกเพียวๆก็ดีกว่าเดิมอยู่ถ้าไม่นับ e-w ก็ยังดีกว่าเดิมอยู่นะ52ขอเลิกยากจังงั้นผมเชื่อเกมแล้วกันจะซื้ออันแพงสุดแต่ขอเช็คก่อนว่ามันใส่เครื่องป้องกันเหมือนกันไหมเป็นวินหมดเลยเนาะนี่เป็นคาวโอเคไม่ให้แชร์รอนแล้วกันเพราะว่างบอ๋อแชร์รอนเสร็จตัวนี้1,000ไม่หมดเลยแต่เกมก็ไม่ได้บอกเหมือนภาคที่แล้วนะว่าให้เราเตรียมอะไรบ้าง ฉลามบุกทำไง ถ้าเข้าใจบทสรุปไม่ผิดก็คือ
What a pain.
You look awfully happy about seeing Emma again soon, though.
I do not.
ถ้าเปิดประตูแล้วเหมือนจะได้สู้บอสเลยนะ เฮ้ยอย่าเพิ่งเข้ายังไม่ได้เซฟ
Laura! Emma!
Is that a cryptid? It looks just like the one from Nord.
Come, Emma. We'll fight with all we have.
Right.
Ah!
ตัดหางมันเลย
Luke's
Lamina.
Now, Laura.
Of course. Be gone. Ah!
Oh.
Whoa! I can't believe they beat a cryptid all on their own.
Wow. Laura's grown even stronger since we last saw her. Emma's no slouch either. Her powers never cease to amaze. Looks like they didn't need our help after all.
They're not out of the woods yet. So it seems.
What is that?
Where did it come from?
Laura! Emma!
Am I imagining things?
Reen. Celine. We can explain after we've taken care of things here.
ทำไมไม่พูดชื่อคนอื่นด้วยวะ
We'll back you two up. Ready?
I can't believe you're here. Very well. Then lend me your strength.
Let's go, everyone.
This one looks really tough. Be careful!
เจ้า
Here I go. All right, let's do this.
Understand this to me.
Okay!
Hair Mirage เดี๋ยวนะ
My turn. Arcus, activate!
ไม่มีอะไรแค่ต้องการแย่งคลิก
It's my turn. Rise, great towers!
Behold the might of the Arcade School!
Here's a
Azure Flame.
เจ้า
I wasn't
Sorry,
strong
everyone.
I'm not done yet. Here goes! Overdrive! Ha! Now!
It's my turn! Ha! Now!
My turn. Sit now! Too slow! My turn.
Right.
I'm sorry, everyone.
I'm sorry, everyone.
A worthy adversary.
Right.
ตะกี้ตายเดี๋ยวไม่เป็นไร
Arcus, activate!
Here I go. All right, let's do this.
Okay,
Leave this to me.
Understood. Here I go. Arcus, activate.
try this!
My turn. Behold the might of the Arcade School!
Azure Flame.
I'm sorry, everyone.
My turn. Let's move.
My turn.
I won't give up.
My turn.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Leave this to me. This could be an issue. I wasn't strong enough.
This one looks really tough. Be careful!
Let's move. Arcus, activate.
It's my turn! Sorry, can you handle this?
Not to worry. How would you all like some tea? It will only take a moment to cool.
อย่างนี้ด้วย
You have my
Thank
thanks.
you very much.
Onward! Arcus, activate!
Huh!
Of course. Sorry for the trouble. I'll handle this. Let's go.
Huh!
Hup.
Let's move! All right, let's do this!
Understood. Witness the...
Behold!
This is...
As your plan.
Very well.
โอ้ย
Here I go. Overdrive. Our chance. Gotcha. Right. Fire. Now's our chance. Time to strike. Very well. Now, with me, everyone. Okay.
Understood.
Acknowledged!
There.
สู้ทั้ง3 รอบ ในบทสรุปบอกว่าง่ายก็แง่สิ ในบทสรุปเล่นแบบ normal เนี่ย
I couldn't be more proud of everyone.
I did it!
I've got it!
Finally.
Yeah, I can't sense anything else here now. You guys okay?
Yeah.
It's really you, isn't it? You're all here. Of course it's us.
I don't know what to say. This is all so sudden. Still,
ทำไมต้อ
I'm
งหลับ
happy
ตา
to
ต
see
อน
you're
โกร
well,
ธ
Reen. I'm genuinely lost for words. I've never considered myself as the sort to cry at reunions like these, but clearly I was mistaken.
I'm really sorry for making you worry about me. And I can't possibly thank you enough for fighting on so that we could see each other again like this.
There's no need to apologize, Reen. I swore to swing my sword as a member of Class 7, and I always believed that we would meet again one day, and that I would be able to fight alongside my classmates once again. It's just part of who I am.
Thanks. I really am glad to see you're all right. And the same goes for you too, Emma.
I feel the same way. I can hardly believe that this is actually happening. The day's finally come where we can all be together again. It all feels like a wonderful dream.
A wonderful dream, huh? Well, fortunately, this isn't a dream. These might be tough times for Erebonia, but we're persevering. That perseverance is what brought us together again. And the fact that we found each other makes everything we've been through along the way worth it.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. But I know that I wouldn't have been able to come this far if not for you.
Me?
You accepted me despite everything. Knowing that gave me the courage to keep going. If not for that courage, I doubt I would be here now. I'm truly grateful to you, Reen.
You've really grown strong, Emma.
Wait, Emma!
Oh, thank you, Celine. Thank you for all the support you've given my classmates. And thank you for coming all the way here with them to see me.
Please, it was nothing. But I'm glad you're okay, I guess. At least I won't end up astray.
Celine, there's nothing wrong with being honest about your feelings, you know.
Boy, does it feel great to be together again.
Right.
Well, we've done what we set out to do here. There's no sign of any more cryptids either. Might I suggest we return to Legrand for now?
Count me in. You guys are fine with that too, right?
That's fine by me. We can tell you more about what we've been doing since we parted ways.
Then we're off to the pier.
Emma?
What's wrong?
I feel like I should have told you so many things a long time ago. About me and Celine, and about divine knights and awakeners.
ว่าไงจ๊ะ
Oh,
That means...
Does that mean you're ready to tell us now?
Yes, I am. It's time to finally fulfill the promise I made to you during the after party.
well, if you're sure.
I imagine you've heard some of this from Celine already, but still, enrolling at Thor's was originally part of my duty as one of the Hexen clan. It's a clan of witches that traces its origins far back into the past.
What kind of duty would have you enroll at a military academy?
It's one that's been passed down through our clan for a long, long time. We must watch over the fragments of the great power sealed deep underground and observe whatever comes to pass regarding them. Just as it did for many others before her, that duty fell to Emma as well.
When you say the great power, you mean Valimar, right? Did both of you know about the Divine Knights this whole time?
We knew of their existence, yes, as well as the fact that they choose an awakener, and that their chosen awakener will be drawn into an unavoidable battle. Just because you had the potential to become one, you were drawn into a great conflict against your will. And not just you, Reen. The rest of us have become secondary contractors, and yet I couldn't say or do anything for you. I couldn't even give you a simple word of warning. What right do I have to call myself your classmate after failing all of you like that?
อย่าพูดแบบนั้นสิ
Don't be silly, Emma.
You didn't fail us at all.
Emma, you're not going to say what I think you're going to say, are you?
I'm sure this isn't what you want to hear after coming all this way to find me. But this is where we should part ways.
Emma. You said it yourself back in the old schoolhouse. You said Class 7 is the finest Erebonia has to offer, right?
I may not always show much in the way of class spirit, but I'm confident Class 7 is the finest Erebonia has to offer.
We all come from different backgrounds, and we all had things we were maybe scared to or couldn't tell anyone. Crow has his past, you have yours. I have this strange power of mine that I've carried with me for as long as I can remember. That doesn't directly relate to the Divine Knights in any way, does it?
No, though there's always the possibility it may be one of the reasons why you were chosen. I know plenty about witches and their history, but none of that gives me a clue as to what your powers could be.
All right, Ben. The point is that even after learning I have this monstrous power within me, you all accepted me without a second thought. I feel that I'm a part of Class 7 as much as anyone else, and I'm proud to say I am too. Class 7 is only the best there is because it has every one of us in it. Me, Elisa, Elliot, Laura, Fee, Machias, Eustace, Gaius, Milliam, Crow, and you, Emma. You're not an exception.
น่าจะตัดโคออกไป
Without you, our class wouldn't be what it is. Just like it wouldn't be if any one of us weren't a part of it.
Oh, Reen,
He's absolutely right.
So I don't want to hear you say anything like that ever again.
ขอตังค์20 บาท
We want you right where you are, guiding me, guiding all of us. And not just as a witch, but as the kind class president and caring friend you always have been.
Goodness! How can I possibly refuse when you put it like that? All right then. I can't deny the ancient knowledge that I possess, or my position as a witch, but I always want to remain the same Emma Milstein of Class 7 that I have been since the day I joined Thor's. So please, let me stay at your side.
Of course.
That goes without saying.
Always, Emma.
We wouldn't want it any other way.
What a picturesque fairy tale ending. I couldn't be more pleased. And the timing couldn't have been more perfect. I can see Legram coming into view now. Would everyone mind gathering their things and...
What's that?
Is that an airship?
It's coming from the sky to the west.
Is that?
An Alliance airship? Wait, that's a commanding officer ship too.
Indeed. Well, it seems we have ourselves some visitors.
ยิงมัน
My apologies for the unexpected arrival. I should have sent word. I am Aurelia Le Guin of the Noble Alliance. I wish to make a brief visit to the territory of Viscount Arcade.
It's a pleasure to see you again, your ladyship. And a pleasure to meet you as well, Brigadier General.
We were simply in the area, so we thought we might drop by and pay you a visit. It's been quite some time since we last met. I was hoping to take the opportunity to apologize to my master for not staying in touch, but I see that won't be possible.
Unfortunately so.
I wouldn't have minded setting eyes on the famous Radiant Blade Master, but I suppose I'll have to be content with meeting his daughter.
I'm honored, General.
I can't believe they're here.
Do you know them, Reen?
They're really intimidating.
Their names are General Aurelia Le Guin and Brigadier General Wallace Bardius. They're said to be the two strongest generals in the provincial armies.
Yeah, I don't think there are many people interested in martial arts who don't know about them. That's how famous they are. Brigadier General Bardius is otherwise known as the Black Whirlwind. He's known for his unparalleled spearmanship. From what I've heard, he has Nord blood running through him too.
Oh, I see.
Actually, he does kind of remind me of Gaius.
I wonder if that's how he came to be so tall.
A number of warriors from Nord were said to have fought with Emperor Dreichels during the War of the Lions. Perhaps he's a descendant of theirs?
Yeah, that makes sense. As for the woman with him,
ทำไมต้องหลับตา
she's generally known as the Golden Rakshasa. She's also a countess and head of the Le Guin family, as well as commander of the Lemaire Provincial Army. And hard as it is to believe, I've heard she's a practitioner of both the Arcade and Vander schools of swordsmanship.
What?
Wasn't the Vander school practiced by the guardians
ต
of the
ลกที่มาแอบ
Imperial
ดู
family?
เนี่ย
Lieutenant General Vander is a practitioner of the Vander School too, obviously.
Both of them are key public figures in the Alliance. What could they possibly want in a neutral region such as this, I wonder?
Still, it won't do to have you standing around here. Allow me to show you to my father's office. Klaus, would you prepare some tea?
Oh, there's no need to concern yourself with that. Seeing that the Viscount isn't here gave us all the information that we needed.
What might you be suggesting?
Be at ease. We didn't come to criticize anyone for the Crimson Wing's appearance near Trista. Still, it's always good to know who you're fighting against. The way I see it, you're continuing to remain neutral now. But if it came to it, you wouldn't be afraid to take up arms for your personal sense of justice.
There's no need to be hasty. We have more than enough opponents to be going on with. For now, let's focus on drawing out Craig the Red and One-Eyed Zex. We can't allow Rufus to be the only one making any major achievements.
True enough.
It would please me so if you were to fight under me one day, too. I believe you have the potential to surpass even me, given sufficient practice.
I am honored that you would say so. However, my swordsmanship is inexperienced at best. I wouldn't dare presume to have the potential to surpass anyone at this stage. I would ask that you wait until I can at least best my father in a duel before making that invitation.
Then wait I shall. I look forward to the day. With that, I believe it's time we took our leave.
Perhaps so. I was hoping you would introduce us to your friends, but they seem to be feeling rather shy.
Teasing them, are you? Well, I'm sure we'll have the opportunity one day. I sense great potential within them.
As do I.
I apologize for being unable to do anything to make your visit more comfortable. Klaus, please escort them.
As you wish, milady.
Turn.
Come to think of it, perhaps you wouldn't mind joining me in a battle before I depart. I haven't had the joy in quite some time.
I hardly think an old man such as myself would prove to be a worthy opponent to one of your strength, General.
Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that. You haven't let your guard down for a second since I stepped into Legram. Laura!
เป็นไรอะ
I'm sorry that you had to see me like that. It took all that I had not to be overwhelmed by their sheer presence.
I'm not surprised. We could feel it well enough ourselves, and we weren't even in the room.
That didn't stop them from noticing us, though.
My fur was on end the whole time.
I almost let out a little yelp when they mentioned us.
They really did seem to be way beyond us in terms of skill.
This just goes to show how many skilled people the Alliance has among their ranks. With warriors such as them on the field, to say nothing of Lord Rufus Alberea, we can't afford to underestimate them.
All very true. Still, that's no reason to give up now. We need to keep pressing on. And on that note, I think it's about time we left ourselves. Let's go and bring back Eustace. And once we've done that, then we can decide what we're going to do and who we're going to be fighting against.
Indeed.
Then let's start heading to Bereahard.
ขอบใจจ้ะตลกหน้าแชรอนโอ้โหลืมดูเลยอันนี้ใช้30นะอันนี้20หมายถึง CP นะที่เป็น CP ที่เป็นกลุ่มอย่างต่ำนี่30เฟนแย่สุดนะจริงๆอันนี้ควรจะใส่แต่ว่างกไงเพราะว่าถ้ามันใช้แล้วมันก็จะแตกแย่สุดก็น่าจะซีลอะรีบแล้วกันอันนี้มันดูแปลกๆนะไม่รู้อะอันนี้เหมือนแบบชุดทำกับข้าวอ่ะอันนี้ดูดีสุดละเอาใช้ด้วยกันได้หรออย่างนี้ด้วยอ้าวเราไม่ได้ตีบวกหรอตะเกียบใส่นี้โอเคเปลี่ยนเลย มันรวยเนาะแต่จริงๆไม่มีเลยชิวก็ใส่ไม่ได้ก็ใส่ไปแล้วชิววันฮอลลี่ย่อมดีกว่าลี่ชิวใส่ไปงงว่าลอร่ากับเอมมาเนี่ยมาด้วยกันแต่ว่าอุปกรณ์ป้องกันของลอร่าดีกว่าต่อไปที่เทรนนิ่งสคูลเนาะไปคุยกับไมล์อ้าวคนไหนอะเดี๋ยวนะไม่ใช่ไปที่ Bracer Guild โอเคจ้ะเดี๋ยวไปเก็บ CP ก่อนเดี๋ยวจะมาซัดดีขึ้นพอสมควรในบทสรุปบอกว่าเราไม่สามารถใช้แขกหรือเกสเนี่ยสู้ได้เนาะหมายถึงสู้กับเควสอะเควสที่โรงเรียนนั่นน่ะก็เลยคิดว่าชารอนไม่น่าจะเอาเข้าสู้ได้เนาะเฮ้ยพอแล้วดิ
We have the advantage here.
No problem.
Here I go. Ha! Now!
An opening!
โอ้แรงมาก
Of course.
My turn.
I can do this.
My turn. Ha! That's that. Let's keep moving. Ha! Sit!
Please, take care around that one.
ถ้าเราจะไม่ใช้ CP เลยเนี่ย เราจะชนะมันได้ไหมเนี่ย
This one looks dangerous. Be careful.
My turn. Ha! Now!
An opening!
I can do this. Fire!
Here I go. Huh! Here's our chance.
Gotcha!
Leave this to me. Hi! You still have a lot of training to do.
พอดีเลย ทำไมเอาแชรอนสู้ไม่ได้เนาะเขาไม่ได้โกง
We have the
นะ
advantage here.
I can do this. Huh. Now's our chance.
I'll back you up.
My turn.
It's my turn.
เอ้าลืมดูว่าเต็มแล้ว
Leave this to me. Hi!
No problem. Heh.
Let's move. Sit! Now's our chance.
An opening!
Isn't this a surprise?
อายุ 70 แล้ว
Oh, I could probably fish here.
อีกละ
I hope we're strong enough to take that monster on.
ผู้โสมเฝ้าทรัพย์เหรอ
Be on guard, everyone.
โห
Right.
3 ตัวเลยอ่ะ
Fire!
Let's move. Sit!
บ้าเปล่าวะ
May I?
เอามีตัวนี้ด้วย
How
ไม่
about
เห็น
this? Die!
Onward! Sia! Now's our chance!
Got you!
I can do this.
Here I go. Ha!
May I? How about this? Die!
My turn.
ทำไมนี่ไม่ตายสักทีอ่ะ
Sia!
Too slow.
I can do this. Fire!
Let's move.
อ้าวโผล่มาอีกแล้ว
Ha!
Very well. How about this? Die!
Onward! Hi! They're off guard!
Got you!
I can do this. Heh.
My turn.
แพ้อะไรจ๊ะ ไฟนอกไฟดินลม
Huh!
ปึ้ง
Too slow. Let's move. Sit!
อ้าว
Now's our chance.
ทำไมอีกตัวโผ
An
ล่มา
opening!
No problem. Heh. Now!
Time to strike!
อ๋อโดน
Leave
แบน
this
อี
to
ก
me! Hi! You still have a lot of training to do. Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise? There's a treasure chest here.
Grand Trace โอ้เอสเลยนะพลาดเอสเลยนะพ่อยุ่งลุงไม่ว่าง
Oh, I could probably fish here.
พอปวดมือ แล้วในบทสรุปบอกอีกว่า ก็ถ้าคุณแบบต้องการสแกนอะไรเงี้ยมันก็จะเสียเวลาเยอะมาก ก็แล้วแต่นะว่าจะสแกนไหม ก็บังคับรีนกับลอร่าเนาะทำไมมันกระจัดกระจายอย่างเงี้ยล่ะ
Enemy sighted! Let's take them out! Let's move! Alright, let's do this!
Leave this to me!
Of course!
It's my turn!
Yes.
Onward!
ลืมใส่ลาฟอร์ให้อ่ะแต่เราล่างนี้ได้แล้ว
Behold!
It's my turn! Arcus activate! Try this! Here's...
ม้วนเดียวพอ
Okay, it's safe for now. I did it!
มีทรูด้วยนะ แล้วที่ผ่านมาเป็นของปลอมเหรอ
I'm so glad.
ฮิวเหรอเชียร่ะอันนี้ก็มีครบแล้วก็ต้องข้ามไปคนนี้ โอเคต่อไปไหนต่อล่ะ ก็เดี๋ยวไปสู้บอสของเควสเนาะก็คือเขาก็บอกว่าแนะนำอย่างมากว่าให้ใส่กันเฟนต์โอเคแต่ว่าเท่าที่ผมดูอธิบายสกิลนะเนาะคือท่าที่มันทำให้เฟนต์ก็คือเป็นท่า Charge Slam ซึ่งจะใช้เวลาชาร์จ2 เทิร์นแล้วก็เราก็สามารถ cancel ได้โอเคแล้วบอกว่าบอสเนี่ยเลือดเยอะมากแล้วก็สตรองมากจะใช้สกิลที่เรียกว่า drumming ซึ่งจะส่งผลให้ฟื้นเลือดตัวเองแล้วก็บัฟพลังโจมตีป้องกันและความเร็วจะทำให้มันแบบโจมตีเราได้หลายๆรอบหมายความว่าบอสเนี่ยสามารถกำจัดคนในปาร์ตี้ของเราได้อย่างเร็วมากไม่ใช่แค่ที่มันโจมตีแรงเท่านั้นมันยังสามารถเฟ้นเราได้ด้วยแล้วก็ส่วนที่แย่สุดก็คือเมื่อบอสบัฟเนี่ยเมื่อบัฟของบอสกำลังจะหมดมันจะใช้สกิลที่เรียกว่า hard hit ซึ่งโอ้โหซึ่งจะทำให้เลือดเราลดเกือบ 7,000 เลยนะอันนี้คือแบบ normal นะของเราเล่นนะของผมไม่เล่น Nightmare ก็คืออาจจะแรงกว่านั้นเนาะบอกว่าอันนี้คือแบบจะยากกว่าเท่าที่เราเคยเจอเลยนะทางที่ดีที่สุดที่จะฆ่ามันได้ก็คือใช้ประเภทแบบเฟลมอะสามารถใช้โอเวอร์ไดรฟ์ได้ด้วย หลังจากที่ลดเลือดมันได้เกินครึ่ง ก็คือคุณสามารถสแปน S Craft ได้เลย ก่อนที่มันจะมีโอกาสฮิวตัวเองเนาะแล้วก็บัฟโอเคไปลุย
Oh, I could probably fish here.
That one looks nasty. Try to be careful, everyone.
Watch out! This is a tough one! My turn! There! Ha! Now! Let's go, everyone!
Understood! Understood!
Hey! It's my turn! Sweet dreams!
Leave this to me!
ได้แค่ตัวเดียว
They're off guard!
Got you!
It's my turn.
30
Ethereal blades. Go for it! Here's our chance.
I'll back you up!
แย่ง
Let's
คลิก
move
ได้ไหมเนี่ย ไม่ได้ ไม่เป็นไร
There! Ha!
Right. Sweet dreams!
Onward!
Of course. Here's our chance.
I'll back you up!
Here I go! Ha!
Here I go. How about this?
I won't give up! Sit!
ดีมาก
Okay.
ควีน
Ha!
Onward! Zai!
พิชชัก
You still have a lot of training to do.
Huh? Thank goodness.
ให้ลาฟอร์มาพอดี
Sit! Sit!
ดูเตตัสก่อนดีอันนี้ดูจะคุ้มสุด โอ้ย
My turn. Zai!
เอ้า
We have the advantage here.
Here I go!
แพ้อะไรจ๊ะ ไฟ จัดให้
Huh!
Okay! Sweet dreams!
Onward!
Here I go. Huh? Now.
I'll back you up!
ใจ
Let's move! Yeah!
It's my turn. How about this? Let's keep going.
Right.
It's my turn.
Very well.
เอ้า เอ้า
I welcome all challengers.
มีนี้ด้วย ภาคแรกก็ไม่เคยเจอนะ
With pleasure. How about this? Die.
Here I go. Ethereal blades. Go for it! Here's our chance.
I'll back you up.
Leave this to me.
My, we certainly are popular. Very well. How about this? Die.
Leave this to me.
Right.
Here I go. How about this? Let's keep going.
ออร่านี่ CP ขึ้นช้าจัง ขนาดใส่นี่ให้เรานะ อ่ะ แลกกับรีนก็ได้ เพราะรีนใช้แค่ CP 20บอสอยู่ไหนอ่ะ อ๋อ เห็นละปุ๊บปุ๊บปุ๊บปุ๊บเออ
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise? There's a treasure chest here. The advantage is ours.
May I? How about this? Die.
My turn.
Here I go.
ตลกเสียงจริงจังมาก
It's my turn. Hey! It's my turn. Hey! Now! Ready, everyone?
Understood.
Yeah! We really earned that one.
Oh, look! There's a treasure chest.
อ๋อใครว่างบ้างจ๊ะ
This will be over in an instant. May I? How about this?
อ่า
Die. Our chance.
An opening!
Of course. How about this?
It's my turn.
My turn. We should keep going.
ไม่เห็นเลย เอ้า
Now's our chance. We can do this.
With pleasure. How about this? Die!
It's my turn. Yeah! Here's our chance.
I'll back you up. Okay.
Leave this to me. We should keep going.
That one looks nasty. Try to be careful, everyone.
มีแชร์อยู่เราไม่กลัวเลยทั้งนั้น โอ้โหโอ้โห
This one looks really tough. Be careful.
Very well.
Okay.
รอมันฟื้นก่อนแล้วกัน
Onward.
Here I
อยากรู้
go.
มันจะติดสเตตัสอะไร
Very well.
อ้าวทำไมไม่ติดวะ
Okay.
Onward.
Of course.
It's my turn.
Very well.
Leave this to me. Sia!
It's my turn.
Huh! With pleasure.
A บวก B บวก A บวก Confuse Skill ถ้ามัน Confuse มันก็โจมตีเราอยู่ดีอะ
Yeah.
เพราะมันไม่มีพวก
Right.
Predictable. They're off guard.
Here I come.
Leave this to me. Die!
Of course. Sorry for the trouble.
I've got this. Ha! Now's our chance.
I'll back you up.
Very well.
It's my turn. Ha!
Very well.
ทิศชาติหน่อย
That was a cinch.
Great. Now's our chance. Let's get him.
Very well. How about this? Die!
My turn. There. Ha! Now.
I'll back you up.
My turn.
Ha!
ต้อง
It's my turn. Hey!
ซ้ำ10 ที
Here I go. Ha! Now's our chance.
I'll back you up. Whew, I've got it.
ดีขึ้นมาหน่อย แต่อยากได้หลายๆเธอนะขี้เกียจบัฟ
This will be over in an instant. May I?
Let's move. Ha!
It's my turn. Hey!
My turn.
With pleasure.
Here I go. Ha! Okay, it's safe for now.
I'm so...
The advantage is ours.
With pleasure. Now!
An opening!
Death awaits you.
It's an...
I hope we're strong enough to take that monster on.
The advantage is ours.
With pleasure. Our chance!
An opening!
Let's move.
Okay! Hey! Now!
Got you!
My turn.
กรรม
May I?
Here I go. Sit!
Right. Now's our chance!
Got you!
Whew.
จะแท็กติกส์ไงดี อยากได้ลาฟอร์จัง จะมีลาฟอร์บ้างยืมหน่อยไม่มี
A worthy adversary.
ไม่โจมตีก่อนอะเจ้า
Very well. Here I go.
Let's move. All right, let's do this.
Leave
Leave
it
it
to
to
me.
me.
Yeah.
Right.
Onward.
เฮ้ยมันโกงเทิร์นว่ะ ไม่ใช่โกงเทิร์นมันเร็วอ่ะ
Behold the might of the Arcade School. Radiant Wolf.
As your flames.
Witness the severing chains. I'm afraid your fate is now sealed. fall into death's embrace!
พระเจ้า
Let's move.
ดีมันกระจายกันแล้วเนี่ย
Here goes. Overdrive. Ha! Now, let's go, everyone.
Okay.
Leave this to me!
It's my turn. Now's our chance.
Got you. Let's move. Ha! Now.
I'll back you up.
Very well.
Ừ. เสียดายรีนไม่ถึงอ่ะ
If you would, I'll handle this. This is my.
Leave this to me! I leave this to you.
I'll take it from here. Let's keep going.
Isn't this a surprise?
I'm so glad.
แลกตังค์ก่อน มันไม่ได้แลกได้10 เท่าหรอ งง ช่างมันเถอะ 20 ก็ดีละ ขอนอนหน่อย ทำไมไม่ให้เรานอนล่ะ เอ๊ะ นางลอล่านี่ คำล่าทำไมไม่ให้เรานอน เอ๊ะเท่าไหร่นะ1 2 3 4 โอเค ไม่เป็นไร งกมากไม่ยอมนอน
Oh, I could probably fish here.
Fire! Fire! Fire!
ไปสำรวจจะได้ช็อตอีเวนต์แต่ว่าก็ไม่ได้มีผลอะไร
Fire! 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 We got this!
Let's move.
4 ไม่น่าจะได้
There! Ha! Now's our chance.
I'll back you up!
No problem. Pierce them! Mirage Arrow!
It's my turn!
นี่
Sweet
12
dreams
จริงมันต้อง5 ตัว
It's my turn! How about this? Now!
Gotcha!
Here I go. There! Ha! Now!
I'll back you up!
It's my turn! How about this?
I can do this. Fire! We made it out in one piece.
เดี๋ยวนะ ต้องไปทางไหนก่อนอะอ๋อ ต้องไปอควาชรายก่อนนะ
We didn't go past this point last time, did we?
No, but this way leads to Bereahard.
We'll need to stay alert the closer we get then.
Fire! We got this! Right! Pierce them! Mirage Arrow!
My
ผมไม่เห็น
turn.
ว่ามีเซตพีทถ้างั้นจะโจมตี
There!
ทุกคนเลย
Ha!
It's my turn! Sweet dreams!
Of course! Ethereal blades! Go for it!
Let's move. Ha! Now's our chance.
I'll back you up! Whew.
แม่นางเอมม่านี่คือ CP เท่าเดิมเลยอะ
Here they come! Careful, everyone!
อ้าว
Right! Pierce them! Mirage Arrow! Now! Time to finish this!
ปึ๊บ
Understood!
Right, right.
Yeah! How about this?
Here I go. Sit.
Right.
Ha! Of course!
Let's move. Ha!
It's my turn. Hey!
No problem.
Of course! Let's keep going.
โจมตีต้อง 2,000 กว่าเลยนะ ไม่ใช่ธรรมดาแล้วเนี่ย
What a fearsome opponent. Do take care.
สูตรใหญ่จัง
Careful! This one looks strong. No problem. Fire!
With pleasure.
Of course! Huh?
It's my turn. Ah!
นั่นแหละ
Very well.
No problem. Fire!
Okay. Hey! Now's our chance.
I'll back you up! It's my turn! How about this? Here's our chance!
I'll back you up.
With pleasure.
I can do this.
Fire! Now! Time to strike!
It's my turn. Ah!
Of course! How about this?
Very well.
อ้าวเพิ่งสังเกตว่าถึง200 แล้ว
Right. Fire!
Okay. Sorry, can you handle this?
Understood.
With pleasure.
Of course! Huh? We should be safe now.
Great.
1 2 3 เต็มหมดเลย
It's my turn!
My turn.
May I?
เฮ้ย หยุดดิ
We have the advantage here!
May I? How about this? Die! Now!
Gotcha! Right. Pierce them! Mirage Arrow! Now's our chance!
Time to strike!
Of course! Now! I need everyone's help!
Understood.
Girls Power ผู้หญิงสู้แต่ผู้ชายเวลอัพ
That one looks nasty. Try to be careful, everyone.
This one looks dangerous. Be careful.
I can do this. Pierce them! Mirage Arrow! Now! Time to strike! Very well. How about this? Die!
It's my turn.
ทั้งหมดเลยได้ไหมเนี่ย อันนี้ไม่น่าจะถึงทั้งหมดเนาะ
Dance flames. Aster flare. My turn.
เก่งมาจากไหน
Now's our chance. I'll back you up. Full.
I'm so glad.
The advantage is ours.
Right. You're not getting away. Molten Rain! Now! Time to strike! Very well. How about this? Die!
ลากมาจูบ
Of course! Huh?
Onward. Sia!
With pleasure. Our chance! Gotcha!
Do you recognize this path, Laura?
I'm afraid not.
Hi.
We got this! Right!
โอ้ยตัวเดียวเอง
You're not getting away! Molten Rain! Now! Time to strike! May I? How about this?
โอ้ย
Leave this to me. Die! It's my turn. Huh? Onward. Huh? We should keep going.
เปลี่ยนตัวก่อนเพราะว่าลอราใช้ CP เยอะ
Oh, look! There's a treasure chest!
ต้องซัด
Enemy
ด้วยท่าไม้
sighted.
ตาย
Let's take him out.
No problem.
ไม่มีลาฟอเต้อีกหนูไม่ทำตัวแบบนี้ผิดแพ้เลยเนี่ย น้ำดินไฟ น้ำดินไฟได้ตัวเดียวอ่ะ โ
Let's move. All right, let's do this.
Leave it to me! It's my turn! Huh!
May I?
Rise, great towers!
This is my secret. Witness this. That was a cinch.
I feel stronger than...
I've only just begun.
มันตกปลาได้แต่ไม่รู้ว่าจุดไหนตรงนี้ปะบักกรีนบอกมาตกปลาตรงไหน
Oh, I could probably fish here. Oh, I could probably fish here.
What a peculiar place.
Indeed, the water element seems the most strongly present here.
Well, if you're gonna walk around, try not to get yourselves killed.
ผมคิดว่าไม่ควรจะจริงๆมันก็ไม่ใช่แพทเทิร์นเดิมเนาะคือแค่ข้างนอกเฉยๆที่เป็นแพทเทิร์นเดิมกำลังจะบอกว่าไม่ควรใช้แพทเทิร์นเดิม
Now's our chance. Let's get him. Here I go. There. Ha! Now.
I'll back you up!
Right.
With pleasure.
Of course! Ethereal blades! Go for it! Here's our chance. I need
จริงๆ
everyone's help.
ตะกี้จะกดสี่เหลี่ยมแล้ว
Right!
กดผิด
How about this? There.
With pleasure.
Our chance! Gotcha! I can do this.
Let's move. Ha! Now's our chance.
I'll back you up.
Way to show.
ดาวไม่ค่อยเข้าเลย
We have the advantage here.
May I? How about this?
Die! Our chance! Gotcha!
Death awaits you.
No problem. Fire!
My turn. Sit!
Of course. How about this?
Here I go. Sit!
No problem. Fire! We made it out in one piece. We got this.
May I? How about this?
Die. I can do this. Pierce them, Mirage Arrow!
Let's move. There! Ha!
โดน
Of
เลย
course.
ครับ
Here I go.
ไฟ มีไฟอยู่
Huh!
With pleasure.
It's my turn.
I can do this. Ha! Now!
Time to strike. You.
We got this. No problem. Pierce them, Mirage Arrow! Now!
Time to strike.
My turn. There! Ha! Now's our chance. Let's go, everyone!
Understood.
Very well.
แพ้อะไรจ๊ะ ไม่แพ้เลยนี่ A บวก คอนฟิวอีก
We mustn't tarry here too long.
Huh? Thank good.
Great!
Isn't this a surprise?
ภาคนี้จะจบที่เวล 90 ป่ะเนี่ย จะเป็นของลอร่ากับเอมมาเนาะก็บอกว่าบอสเนี่ยค่อนข้างง่ายเมื่อเทียบกับมินิบอสที่ผ่านมามอนสเตอร์ทุกตัวสามารถโจมตีได้ทั้งแมปแล้วก็จะทำให้เราติดมิวให้ลอร่าใช้ S Craft หรือสกิลที่มันโจมตีเป็นกลุ่มเช่น Brilliant Spin เพื่อกำจัดริ้วล้อก่อนหลังจากนั้นแล้วก็โฟกัสกับบอสด้วยการใช้ Ars จากเอมมาแล้วก็ Attack กับ Craft จากลอร่า
What to do?
เดี๋ยวจะกลับไปฝึกให้ CP เต็ม 200 ก่อนแล้วเดี๋ยวค่อยมาจัดการ
We got this! Right!
น้ำไฟลม
My turn. There! Ha!
With pleasure.
สละแล้วกัน
Of course! How about this? Let's keep going.
เอาหีบไหนก่อนดี เอาหีบดีก่อนแล้วกัน
We have the advantage here.
May I? How about this? Die! Our chance! Gotcha! I can do this. Fire! Now! Time to strike!
Here I go. There! Ha! Now!
I'll back you up. Here I go. How about this? We should be safe now.
Oh my! What a lovely chest! Well, shall we begin? With pleasure. How about this? Die! I can do this. Pierce them! Mirage Arrow! Now's our chance! Time to strike!
Here I go. There! Ha! Now's our chance.
I'll back you up. Of course.
ทำไงดีเนี่ย แรงจัง
May I? How about this? Die!
right.
น่าจะตายอยู่นะ
Fire! That takes care of them.
I feel strong.
No.
ขโมยมาก่อนแอเรียลอันนี้แรArrow Grand Press Dark Matter อันนี้เป็นลม Grand Press ลบ Move 50อันนี้เป็นอะไรเนี่ย Mirage โอเคอยู่นะจะต้องจัด Tactics ให้ลอร่าอยู่ข้างหน้าต้องใส่มิวเลยอ่ะยืมก่อนอีเวนต์มิวซีล
We have nothing to fear. My turn. Arcus, activate! Huh!
เอ็มม่าช้าจัง
Here I go. Arcus, activate.
Behold the might of the Arcade School! Radiant Waltz!
นี่ก็ต้องซัดแล้วล่ะ
We should be safe now.
เอาเอเลียดมาไว้เป็น Attack เพราะว่า CP เนี่ยถ้าคราบมากินวงกว้างกว่านะโอ้ยลืมไปนี่ยังไม่200นี่นะโอเค จะแท็กติกใหม่แล้วก็ได้ควาสมาใหม่แค่คนเดียวเองเหรอแต่ดีตรงบวก EV นั่นแหละ
We have the advantage here.
Here I go. There! Ha!
Very well. How about this? Die!
Onward!
เกมจบ
You still have a lot of training to do.
Oh, that treasure chest looks really nice.
We have the advantage here.
Here I go. There! Ha! Now! Let's go, everyone!
Understood.
Listen to me!
Sit! This is our real power.
บอสแล้วจ้าขออ่านคำแนะนำก่อนนะมันเป็นบอสจะเป็นทิวดอนกราเซีย3ตัวเนาะก็เขาก็บอกว่าเนี่ยมันเหมือนกับการต่อสู้ทิวดอนครั้งก่อนอะอันนี้อาจจะเป็นแบบทิวดอนที่ง่ายที่สุดเลยก็คือมันก็แบบจะสแปมแบบการโจมตีเป็นกลุ่มเนาะซึ่งจะทำให้เราเป็นใบ้ เป็นใบ้นี่ก็คือใช้เวทไม่ได้แล้วก็บอกว่ามันจะเป็นปัญหากับคุณมากถ้าแบบในตี้ของคุณเนี่ยมันมีแต่พวกนักเวทอ่ะก็ต้องแน่ใจว่าคุณเนี่ยสามารถ cancel ตอนบอสร่ายเวทได้โดยการใช้ ability ที่มี impede ก็
What to do?
ก็คือถ้าอยากให้ง่ายเนาะเขาก็บอกให้ใช้รีนเปิด Overdrive เนาะแล้วก็กด Motivate 2 ครั้ง แล้วก็ให้ที่เหลือเนี่ยใช้ S Craft ก็ต้องใช้อันนี้มันเต็มก่อนเนาะมันจะแสดงลอร่าโอเคอันนี้มีลาฟอร์ไม่มีลาฟอร์อันนี้ไม่มีโอเคจัดแพ็กเกจหน่อยน่าจะโอเคแล้วมั้ง
Careful! This one looks strong. I can do this. Let's go.
Here I go. All right, let's do this.
Okay, leave it to me. With pleasure.
เคโอไม่ได้นะ
Arcus activate. Hup. This is my
เฮ้ยจริงผมกดใช้แชรอนก่อนนะผมจะกดผิดอ่ะ
witness.
Okay, it's safe for now.
Huh? Thank goodness.
I've got it!
I did it!
ไม่เข้าใจ ทาง
That one looks nasty. Try to be careful, everyone. We got this.
Here I go. There! Ha! Now!
I'll back you up!
May I?
I can do this. You're not getting away. Molten Rain!
Right. Sweet dreams!
Very well. We mustn't tarry here too long.
Now's our chance. Let's get him!
No problem. Pierce them! Mirage Arrow!
Let's move. There! Ha! Now's our chance.
I'll back you up!
You're done.
May I? How about this? Die! Our chance! Gotcha!
ตายก็
Death
เถอะ
awaits you.
เนี่ยแหละ
You fuck.
เพิ่มนิดเดียวเองอ่ะทั้งๆที่ได้คูณเยอะ
Now's our chance. Let's get him!
I can do this. You're not getting away. Molten Rain! Now's our chance.
Time to strike.
Here I go. Huh!
Very well. How about this? Die!
It's my turn! Hey! Is everybody okay?
Isn't this a surprise?
Check เช็คสเตตัสหน่อย อันนี้เป็นซีลกับดีเลย์แต่เห็นว่าเฟนด้วยนะ
Oh, look! There's a trap.
hope we're strong enough to take that monster on. This one looks really tough. Be careful!
Right. Pierce them! Mirage Arrow!
Here I go.
ก็แรงอยู่นะเต็ม
There!
ไม่คล่องไม่รู้
Now!
I'll back you up!
With pleasure. How about this? Die!
Okay! Hey! Now's our chance! Ready, everyone?
Right!
Leave it to me!
Sit!
Right.
ขโมยได้ไหมเคลียร์ได้
Arcus, activate! Hut!
Thanks! Too slow!
No problem. Heh. With pleasure.
Let's move.
Right. Fire! May I?
It's my turn! Hey!
อ้าวไม่ซะงั้น
Let's move.
น้ำกินไฟเอานี่ละกันเผื่อเฟน
Too slow! Now!
I'll back you up!
No problem. Heh. May I? Our chance. Gotcha.
Right.
มาเพื่อทุบ
Sorry, can you handle this?
Understood. We should keep going.
น้ำใสไหลเย็นเห็นตัวปลา จ้ะ
This will be over in an instant.
My turn. Sorry.
I'll take it from here. Ethereal blades. Go for it! Now!
An opening!
With pleasure. How about this?
ยิงล้วนอีกแล้ว
Die!
แรงจัง
No problem. Huh. Now, time to strike.
Onward!
ช่วงตีเฉยๆจะแรงกว่าไหมเนี่ย น้ำลม
Here!
No problem.
Leave this to me!
โนจริงด้วยอ้าว
May I?
เพราะว่าโจมตีไม่โดน
That was a sin. This will be over in an instant.
เป็นมอสเปล่าวะ
Very well. How about this? Die. Our chance. Gotcha. Right. Pierce them. Mirage arrow. Now, time to strike. You fought.
Not bad.
We have the advantage here. No problem. Pierce them. Mirage arrow.
โอ้อดรุมเลย
With pleasure. How about this? Die.
My turn.
Of course. Huh? Very well. Our chance. With me, everyone. Leave it to me.
I feel stronger than.
Oh my. What a lovely chest.
Class S
Oh, I could probably fish here.
เจอโดยบังเอิญ
We got this. No problem. You're not getting away. Molten rain!
With pleasure. How about this? Die. Now.
Gotcha!
โดน
Leave this
ได้
to me.
ที่30
We should keep going.
We have the advantage here.
Right. Ha! With pleasure. Now.
Gotcha!
My turn. Now's our chance.
I'll back you up!
ง่วงจัง
We have the advantage here.
I can do this. Pierce them! Mirage Arrow! Now!
Time to strike! May I? How about this? Die! Now!
Gotcha!
Death awaits you.
Onward. We should keep going.
โอ้ยง่วง
We have the advantage here.
Right! You're not getting away! Molten Rain! Now's our time to finish this!
Of course!
Understood.
There! How about this?
เดี๋ยวเอง
Very well. We mustn't tarry here too long.
We have the advantage here.
May I? How about this? Die!
I can do this! Pierce them! Mirage Arrow! Now!
Time to strike!
My turn.
ไม่ตายเหรอ
It's my turn. How about this?
May I?
ดวงแข็งมาก
That was a sin. Oh my, what a lovely chest.
ใส่ลาฟอร์ก่อน อยู่ไม่ไหว
Here they come. Careful, everyone.
Right! Arcus, activate!
Of course.
นานจัง
Huh?
With pleasure.
เยอะสุด3
Arcus activate. Hup.
Behold the You still have a lot of training to do.
I did it!
ไม่ได้ทำอะไรเลยลีน
We have the advantage here.
Right. Pierce them! Mirage arrow!
May I? How about this? Die!
My turn.
Here I go. How about this?
Leave this to me. Ha! Now's our chance.
I'll back you up. Of course. Huh? Now!
An opening.
I can do this. Fire!
อัน
With
นู้นแต่ทะ
pleasure.
ลุได้เนาะสละ
May I?
Our chance! Gotcha!
You fought
I've got it!
We have the advantage here.
very well. How about this? Die!
Right.
My turn.
It's my turn. Huh?
อ๋อนี่ครบแล้วเหรอ
We should be safe now.
I'm so...
Halt. Are you travelers?
You could say that, yes.
We came here from the Gram. Would it be possible for us to enter the city?
What, on foot? Not every day we see guys like you. Why didn't you just use the train?
มันเรื่องของเรา
Much as we would have liked to, the wait for the next one was simply too long. Thanks to the new regulations, there are hardly any trains running anymore. We found it was actually faster to come by foot.
Well, if you say so. You can enter, but we're going to need to check if any of you are on our wanted list first.
We still have reason to believe that there are people out there plotting against the Noble Alliance. We can't be too careful. Let's see. Where's that list?
This isn't good.
Emma, I know. Excuse me. Could I ask you to look into my eyes for a moment, please?
Huh? That's an odd request.
Audite sermonem meum.
ตลกว่ะ
What the?
Huh?
We're just common travelers, and we aren't on that list of yours. Which means we can pass, right?
Why are you still standing there? Go along inside.
Just don't go causing any trouble, unless you want to find yourselves arrested.
Thank you very much. Shall we be going?
Yeah.
Nhưด้วย ใครเนี่ยพ่อของยูซิสปะ
The Noble Alliance's advantage in this war remains overwhelming as always. Rufus has achieved much in his position as Chief of Staff as well. But the fact remains, that fool Cayenne is still the one with the most influence and power. Something must be done about this. But what? How?
So that was your line of thinking when you sent those Jaegers to Ymir, was it?
ยูซิสปะ
You moved to take Princess Alphen into your custody and use her to replace Duke Cayenne as Supreme Commander of the Alliance.
Do you have something you want to say to me, Eustace? You seem very unhappy about the fact I sent him to the hometown of one of your classmates.
Not at all, Father. However, I do believe my brother also expressed disapproval of those actions. I humbly ask that you think twice before interfering with any neutral powers in the future.
And I would suggest you think twice before involving yourself in matters that are of no concern to you. Focus on the work you have been given and leave me to do mine.
I apologize for speaking out of turn.
I must think of something that will allow me to seize his position. I can't allow that pompous halfwit to call himself the Alliance's Supreme Commander for a moment longer. I may need to reconsider how Rufus should be acting in his position as well.
ไปที่ร้านขายเสื้อก่อนอยู่ไหนเนี่ยเดี๋ยวนะนี่ไง tailoringก็ในไกด์เนี่ยบอกว่าให้ซื้อ patterned shirt กับ leather sandal ก็คือบอกว่า patterned shirt มีโบนัสหลบหลีกสูงที่สุดในเกมเนาะก็คือ 20%โอเคแล้วก็The Leather Sandal เนี่ยก็คือมีเรทความเร็วสูงมากแต่ก็ไม่ได้บอกว่าสูงที่สุดเนาะคือผมคิดว่าในอนาคตน่าจะมีสูงกว่านี้อันนี้บวก7แต่ที่เราซื้อเสื้อเนี่ยล่าสุดคือเราซื้อตั้ง 2,000 นะ ยังไงดีขอคิดก่อนในไกด์เนี่ยบอกว่าฟีกับแชรอนเนี่ยสามารถแตะ 100% หลบหลีกได้ง่ายเขาใช้ว่า easily hit ผมก็เลยคิดว่าจริงๆน่าจะมีตัวละครอื่นอีกที่สามารถแตะ 100% ได้ก็เอาเป็นว่าซื้อทั้ง2 อย่างเลยแล้วกันมีคน1 2 3 4 5 6แต่ว่ายังไม่ใส่ ก็คือว่าต่อไปสำหรับNightmare Tip เนาะก็คือให้ซื้อของต่อไปนี้ที่ Turner จะไปที่ Turner ก่อนมี Red Pendulum 3 ซึ่งเราจะได้1 อันจาก Quest I Cry for Help Act 1 Part 1 เนาะแล้วก็Green Pendulum 3 Blue Pendulum 4 Yellow Pendulum 4 Black Pendulum 4แต่ละชิ้นเนี่ยมูลค่า 3,000 มิราซึ่งคุณต้องใช้เงินทั้งหมด1 6 10 18 คูณ 3 54,000 มิราเขาบอกว่ามันเป็นแบบวิธีการ time consuming แต่ว่าคุณสามารถให้แชรอนเนี่ยทำDry color onigiri to get นะผมคิดว่าคงปั๊มอาหารที่ว่าเนี่ยไปขายที่เราต้องปั๊มของพวกนี้เพราะว่าเราจะได้อันนี้เขาเรียกว่าอะไรก็คือคุณจะได้แบบเครื่องป้องกันดีบัฟหรือว่าสถานะผิดปกติต่างๆได้ครบถ้วนนะเชิญหน่อยอยู่ไหนเนี่ยนั่นไงโอเคมาจะซื้อแค่2เนาะแล้วก็ Green ไม่ได้รู้ว่าตะกี้ผมบอกหรือยังคือเราจะได้1อันที่ใน Underground Waterway เนาะเพราะฉะนั้นจะซื้อแค่2พอ Blue 4 Yellow ก็4ค้าง Black เอ๊ะเดี๋ยวนะไม่มี Black เลยผมเข้าใจผิดก็คือว่าจริงๆเราก็ต้องซื้อ Red กับ Green 3นั่นแหละเพราะว่าเราได้อีกอันหนึ่งจากอย่างอื่นที่ไม่ต้องซื้อเนาะเดี๋ยวนะไตรไม่เป็นไรลองขายอย่างอื่นก่อนสิซึ่งขายพวกนี้ก็น่าจะได้เนาะต้องเช็คทีละอันเลยอะอันนี้640อันโน540อันนี้เท่าไหร่เนี่ย440530คุณก็ขายไปได้เลยยกเว้นแต่ว่าถ้ามันบวกลบเราต้องระวังโหขายได้ราคาน้อยจังเอาไงดี400 520สูงสุดถ้าที่เราใส่อ่ะขายเลยแล้วกัน ขาที่ไม่ได้ซื้อตะกี้คือเรดกับกรีนเนาะแต่แบล็กนี่สิหาที่ไหนอะผมเข้าใจละเขาน่าจะเขียนผิดน่าจะหมายถึงdark มากกว่าให้ไปกินแกลบทีเดียวโอเคบอกให้ไปคุยกับโคลีดต่อไปไปที่เซ็นทรัลพลาซ่าเนาะก็ไปที่ร้านอาหารไปคุยกับคาวมินคนไหนเนี่ยโอเคไปที่ Station Street ไปคุยกับเมดชื่อว่า Saffron ข้างๆแกลเลอรี่หรอใช่เมดก็ต้องอย่างนี้สิเนาะเฮ้ยไหนเนี่ยหรอได้บทที่ 7 มา แล้วก็เข้าไปในแกลเลอรี่นี้ แล้วไงต่อร้านอะไรอ๋อนี่ไงโอเคฟอร์ดนำแล้วก็ไปซื้ออะไรเนี่ยแกมเบอร์แจ็ค5 กับ 6โอเคคุยกับเทเรเซีย แล้วไปไหนต่อเนี่ย แล้วก็ทำเควสลับ ไปที่เซ็นทรัลพลาซ่าบอกให้ไปทางแบบเขาเรียกอะไร underground waterway อะแนวหายอีกละโอเคไปคุยกับที่มี question mark ไม่ใช่ question mark สิเครื่องหมายอัสเจรีไปคุยกับฮาซานใครคือฮาซานแล้วก็ไปคุยกับบิสเคที่ถนนอาร์ติสันเห็นแมวไหมชนชั้นสูงเหรอ เอ๊ะ ไปที่ไหนต่อ ไม่ใช่ ไปที่ Station Street แล้วก็ไปที่ North Crescent โอ้โห ขอยังไม่สู้แล้วกัน ไปเอาแมวอย่างเดียว นี่เราซื้อโอเคต่อไปอ๋อไปคุยกับแมวต่อแล้วก็ไปมีเควสลับอีกละไปที่เส้นเทาพลาซ่าแล้วก็ไปที่โบสถ์แล้วก็ไปคุยกับซิสเตอร์ทาเชียน่ะว่าอยู่ตรงนี้จ้ะแล้วก็ไปสำรวจรูปปั้นจริงด้วยแล้วก็ไปที่ Station Street แล้วก็ไปที่ Underground Waterwayเฮ้ยลาเป็นต้องยาวขนาดนี้เลยเหรอ ฮ้ยพอเฮ้ย
Now's our chance. We can do this.
Here I go. There! Ha! Now's our chance.
An opening!
แรง
May I? How about this? Die!
Okay. Sweet dreams.
Leave this to me! Die!
Here I go. Sit! That's that. Let's keep moving.
ขอไปซื้ออาวุธใหม่ก่อนแล้วกัน ยังไม่ได้ซื้ออาวุธเลย จำไม่ได้ว่าต้องไปซื้อตรงไหน ตังค์ก็ใช่จะมี เอ๊ะ ไม่แน่ใจว่ามันคืออันเดิมไหมเนี่ย Delta Rod คืออันเดิม โอ้ยเสียเวลาออกมาเลย
This will be over in an instant.
Let's move. There! Ha! Now's our chance. Let's go, everyone!
Leave this to me!
Sit!
Very well. How about this? Die! Our chance!
I'll back you up. Okay. Is everybody okay?
Oh, อุตส่าห์มาแบบเงียบ
This will be over in an instant.
Here I go. There! Ha! Now!
An opening!
May I? How about this? Die! Now!
I'll back you up. Right. Hey!
Leave this to me!
My turn. Sit! Now!
An opening!
It's my turn. Hey!
Very well. Our chance!
I'll back you up.
That was wonderfully executed. Isn't this a surprise?
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise? There's a treasure chest here.
พอจะออกแล้วเนี่ย
This will be over in an instant. Very well. How about this? Die! Our chance! With me, everyone!
All right!
Understood! Sit!
ทำไมตัวนั้นโดนแรงสุดเลยล่ะอ๋อน่าจะคลิป
Sit! Now!
An opening!
Okay! Hey! Is everybody okay?
I feel stronger.
งงว่าสเกลเธอนี่คืออะไร อ๋อ ต้อง analyze นี่เอง
Now's our chance. Let's get him! Let's move. There! Ha! Now!
An opening!
Very well. How about this? Die! Now!
I'll back you up! It's my turn! Sweet dreams!
My turn. We should keep going.
เซฟก่อนก็เดี๋ยวเจอบอสเนาะแล้วก็ในบทสรุปเนี่ยบอกว่ามันจะมีโดรมหลายตัวที่เนี่ยแล้วก็ซึ่งมันสามารถร่ายเวทซึ่งสร้างความเสียหายได้อย่างมหาศาลอันเนี้ยจะเป็นแบบที่สามารถฟาร์ม tactical bonus ได้ง่ายที่สุดโดยการ cancel ตอนที่มันร่ายเวทเนาะโดยการใช้คราฟประเภทที่มันมี impede ซึ่งจะมี Reen Marking as Alisa ฟรีเนาะ จะมีสิ่งนี้แล้วก็จะทำให้เราได้ถ้วย Tactician เนาะ ถ้าคุณคิดว่าแบบสถานการณ์มันแบบเลวร้ายมากก็คือให้กำจัดพวกริ้วล้อก่อนโดยการใช้ S-Craft เนาะ หรือว่าเวทที่มันแบบสร้างความเสียหายเป็นกลุ่มอะไอตัวบอสหลักเนี่ยมันจะใช้สกิลที่มันทำให้การป้องกันเวทเราลดลงซึ่งมันจะสร้างความเสียหายได้อย่างรุนแรงขึ้นวิธีการก็คือให้เราเนี่ย cancel มันก่อนที่มันจะโจมตีเวทได้จะ tactics ก่อนจะใช้ Laura เพราะว่าEmma เพราะว่ามันเป็นประเภทแพ้โจมตีเวทอะ มีลาฟอร์ทุกคนไหมเนี่ยไม่มีมีไม่ชนะสักที
Careful! This one looks strong!
I can do this.
โอ้เซ็งเลยอ่ะ
Arcus, activate.
My turn. All right, let's do this.
Understood!
Hip.
It's my turn!
No problem. This is my secret weapon.
Heart.
I need to turn this around.
Here I go.
Overdrive!
How about this? Here's our chance.
Got you! Let's move. Sit! Now!
I'll back you up. Here I go. Here's our chance.
I need everyone's help.
Right!
Okay!
How about this? Yeah.
Whoopsie.
I can do this. Sorry, would you mind? Not to worry.
ลาก่อย
That was a cinch.
I've got it!
Great!
I'm so glad.ขอบใจจ้ะ
150ก็เป็นขั้นกว่าของไอ้นี่ไปไหนต่อดีในบทสรุปบอกว่าถ้าเนี่ยเป็นการเล่นครั้งที่2หรือมากกว่านั้นเนี่ยให้คุณกลับไปที่เดิมก็คือที่ซูบอนเนี่ยคุณจะได้สำเนาของ Black Records 3เนาะแล้วก็ไปให้กลับไปที่ Noble Districtแล้วก็ให้ไปแบบผ่านทางเข้าของดูกอัลเบเรียโอเคเสร็จละแล้วก็ไปที่ Central Plaza ไปที่ร้านอาหารยูซิสปะแล้วไงต่อไปคุยกับแฮมมอนด์ได้สู้เหรอแล้วก็ไปที่ Station Street ไปที่หนามบินไปบอกว่าให้เข้าไปที่ Airship โอเค แล้วก็ให้ไปบอกว่าให้ลงบันไดไปข้างล่างไปทางทิศตะวันตกเฉียงใต้เนาะไปจนสุดแมปเลยก็ยังจะไปยังแฮงการูมจะได้ฟรีสควาสโอเคงงทิศตะวันตกขอสำรวจก่อน
I guess this is the hold?
It's awfully spacious for one.
Oh my, what a lovely chest.
ได้ละโอเคไปทางอื่นก่อนละกัน
You certainly took your time.
ว่าไงจ๊ะคิดถึงกันไหม
Eustace!
I suspected it was you.
หลับตาอีกละ
How long did you intend to make me wait? I have wondered whether you would even bother to show up.
Do you know how much trouble you made us go through to get here?
There are eyes everywhere in this city. It would have drawn too much attention for you to come here directly. That was just my way of looking out for you. Perhaps you could try thanking me.
At least you're well. That's what matters. It really is great to see you again, Eustace.
The same to you. I'm impressed you were able to overcome the many ordeals you've no doubt faced to make it this far. But should I be surprised, I wonder? I've always had high expectations of you.
I doubt I would have been able to come this far if not for everyone's help, though. Still, thanks, Eustace.
This means that all of Class 7 is finally together again. And I couldn't be more overwhelmed with joy. Congratulations, everyone.
Thank you so much.
You've been a tremendous part of making this happen. Thank you, Sharon.
I haven't the foggiest idea what Sharon is doing here, but I suppose it doesn't matter right now.
Eustace?
I've been kept abreast of your activities through the Noble Alliance's information network. So I'm well aware you've been fighting their forces across the land using that ash-colored knight of yours. As well as the fact that you've chosen not to ally yourselves with the Imperial Army, but instead fight as a third faction.
Oh, has word of Valimar been getting around that much?
That said, I didn't arrange for us to meet like this just to see one another again. I did so that I could make the difference between our respective positions crystal clear.
What do you mean?
I see. You have no intention of coming with us, do you?
What?
No.
You surely saw this coming. I'm the son of one of the most influential figures in the Noble Alliance. And as I imagine you're already aware, I've been assisting him and his provincial army in fighting this war.
Well, we know, but...
Is this what you believe to be your duty as a noble?
Meanwhile, my brother is acting as the Alliance Force's chief of staff. And as for my father, he was responsible for hiring Jaegers to attack Ymir, which is not only your home, but the home of all the kind-hearted people who welcomed me with open arms earlier in the year. I can only apologize. If I'd returned home earlier, then perhaps... No. I don't even have the right to do that much. Yet with that in mind, it should be clear that we can't go back to the way things were. The gulf between us is simply too vast to be filled. Our paths have parted. That is reality.
Eustace, please.
This can't be the only way.
It doesn't have to be like this, Eustace.
I will guarantee you safe passage out of the city. If you deem it necessary, I can even have you escorted out by car. However, once you're out, we can no...
Eustace. I can understand why you feel somewhat responsible for what happened in Ymir. I can understand why you, as an Alborea, feel as though certain things are inherently expected of you. Actually, I should probably tell you that Dad woke up the other day. All that's left is for him to get his stamina back now. He'll make a full recovery.
That's good news. I would have liked to pay him a visit myself. But, with circumstances as they are...
Oh, don't worry about it. I'm not telling you that to make you feel guilty. I'm telling you because I don't want that to be your reason for what you're doing.
Pardon?
What I want to know is what you want to do, and the path you want to take. If you want to help your family because you agree with the ideals of the Noble Alliance, I won't stop you. But if that's not what you want to do, if you're only helping because you feel like you have to for whatever reason, if you're doing it because you feel responsible for what happened to my dad, which, by the way, you aren't, or if you're doing it because as much as you want to come with us, you feel like you don't have the right to, then you're nothing more than a coward who's running away. And I don't believe that's how a real Erebonian noble should act. They should do what they believe is right, and do it with pride. If Dad was here now, he'd say the same thing.
กระอักเลยไหมล่ะ
Green?
It might sound cold, but he's right.
We're only students, still learning more about the world around us. Alone, we don't have the experience or knowledge to go around proposing solutions to the conflicts in this country. Not to the war going on around us, nor to the class divides that started it. But that's alone. And that's why I think we all need to come together as a class again. We're all inexperienced, but we all come from different backgrounds and social standings, and we each have unique experiences to share. It's only by pulling those together that we can overcome whatever life throws at us. It's worked for us during every one of our field studies. Why wouldn't it work now?
He's right, Eustace.
Indeed. Reen had to remind me of that too, you know.
It's always nerve-wracking for those of us who have to watch you pull crazy stunts all the time, I hope you know.
It certainly is.
I see my suspicions were dead on. No matter the circumstances, you've always been the one to blow away my hesitations.
Then you'll come with us?
Still, no matter what you say, I am an Alborea, and as such I have duties and responsibilities to fulfill. If you are determined not to back down, then we will have to settle this with a duel, just as you and Crow did 1 month ago.
A duel?
Follow me, Reen. Our destination is Aurochs Canyon. There we shall settle this matter once and for all.
Well, I wasn't counting on this. I'd only intended to gather information on the Crimson Wings, and yet here I am, bearing witness to such a compelling scene. I've no duty to report anything I see to Duke Alborea, but I suppose there isn't any harm in watching how things unfold.
Whatever. Do what you want. I don't care. I'll just go kill time in town or something.
Oh no, not this time. You're coming with me and that's that. I'm here to support you, not babysit you. You're the one with a number, not me. Try acting like it.
Fine, fine. What a pain. There's a familiar face among them, so this might not be a total waste of time. Isn't this Angelica's bike?
I thought she entrusted it to you after she withdrew, Reen.
What in the world is it doing here?
I made use of my family's influence to have it brought here from the academy. Since then, it's been left in the hands of a skilled mechanic, so it's been well maintained. You will be riding that for our duel.
You mean our duel will be a race between me on this bike and you on that horse?
Partially. The finish line will be the plateau where we fought that monster during our field study. Once there, we shall begin a sword fight to determine the victor. Whoever arrives first will therefore have the advantage of more time to prepare.
Okay, I understand what we're going to do. So if I win, you're coming with us, right? You're not backing out?
Correct. In the unlikely event that you defeat me, I will concede and go with you.
นายจะได้มากับเราแน่นอน
But know this, I've absolutely no intention of holding back. That bike of yours may have the advantage in terms of speed, but I know this area like the back of my hand. Do not expect this to be an easy battle.
Oh, I won't. I'll be coming at you with all I've got.
I would expect no less.
They're way too fired up about this.
We'll have to simply stand aside and see what unfolds.
Right. We'll go and take up places along the course to watch.
In that case, I will signal when to begin. Rest assured, I wouldn't dream of giving either party an unfair advantage.
That works for me. How about you, Eustace?
Very well. Let's begin.
อย่าพึ่ง
Here we go.
Good luck, Reen.
I won't let you down. I'm ready, Eustace.
As am I. Now demonstrate to me the strength of your resolve.
All right, take your positions, please. 3, 2, 1. Begin!
Hang in there, Reen!
ไม่มีใครเชียร์แกเลย
Good luck, you two!
พระเอกจัง
Take a left here.
Use this path here.
Everyone's really into this.
Yes! I won!
Your performance was admirable, I'll admit.
The advantage is mine, Eustace. Let's settle this once and for all.
No matter. A handicap like this will hardly pose a problem for me. Come at me, Reen!
Let's do this!
Come at me with all you have!
My turn. All right, let's do this!
อันนี้ผมไปฝึกมาเนาะให้มันเต็ม
Now's our chance! Don't let it pass!
Too slow! What? Here I go!
เดี๋ยวต้องแย่งมันด้วย
All right, let's do this! As your plans. What?
บ๊ายบาย
I'm just getting started.
นึกว่าตายแล้ว
My turn!
Be gone!
My turn! Sit!
Arcus, activate!
Here I go! Here I go! Sit! I'm not done yet.
Bye bye.
Ugh, this isn't.
Okay, it's safe for now. Looks like I win this one.
I should have expected no less. It's hard to believe how much your swordsmanship has improved in such a short period of time.
Don't sell yourself short, Eustace. If I'd held back even a little, I'd be the one kneeling on the ground right now. Your skills really shone through, both in the race and our duel.
I can't pretend to have held back either. The victory is well and truly yours, Reen.
Reen! Eustace!
Are you both all right?
Oh, hey guys.
Reen! Eustace!
You're already finished?
The verdict should be plainly obvious.
Yeah, I managed to scrape through. It was pretty close, though.
Was it?
Does that mean you'll come back with us?
I fought with all my might. I performed to the very best of my abilities, holding nothing back. And even then, I couldn't compare to your strength and resolve. With that, I have no more reservations. The path I should take is the same as yours.
About time. We're happy to have you with us, of course. We'll find the answers we seek together. And together, we'll bring Crow back too.
You can count on me. Starting today, I am a member of Class 7 once again. I'll show my father and brother just how I believe one bearing the name Alberea should live.
I feel embarrassed just watching you two.
There's nothing to feel embarrassed about. This is just part of how we are as a class.
That's very true.
There are some things you learn only by directly confronting those you care about. I know this much from experience.
Congratulations on reuniting nearly everyone in Class 7. I suppose now is the best time to start thinking about what to do next.
I wouldn't celebrate your paltry victory just yet.
นางตัวดีมาแล้ว
Who was that?
Up there.
Who are they?
One of them is wearing
ที่มา
armor.
นะ
Oh dear.
Good day to you, ladies and gentlemen of Class 7. I'm afraid I've come to thoroughly put a damper on your reunion. I hope you don't mind.
She knows us?
Just who are you?
Well, at least one among you should already be familiar with me.
ใคร
But it wouldn't hurt to introduce myself for the benefit of the others. I am a lady after all.
กระเทย
My
แปลงเพศ
name
ปะ
is Duvali. I'm the head knight of the Stallritter, an esteemed group led by Ouroboros' 7th Anguis in all her glory. And it is by her order that I have come here today.
You're with Ouroboros?
So the Steel Maiden sent you, did she?
Ugh, looks like our luck just ran out.
Might I ask if the Stallritter is somehow related to the Eisenritter? The name is eerily similar. Even their only difference in name is related, with iron and steel being two metals.
Oh, you're the Arseid, aren't you? Are you curious? I'll bet you are. Well, I'm not going to tell you.
Pardon?
Does it bug you? Does it? Your curiosity is going to build and build and eat away at you until you can't even sleep at night. Sucks to be you.
Is she really with Ouroboros?
I'm not quite that curious. I wouldn't want to pressure you into discussing something you aren't comfortable sharing.
Hold on a minute. There's no point in pretending you don't care. I know full well you do.
She doesn't act like it, but there's no doubting she's extremely powerful.
Indeed, she may not be an enforcer, but not for lack of skill. Although the power of the man beside her is even more frightening.
Leaving that aside for the moment, I've already introduced myself. It's only proper for you. Ugh! Why are you still up there? Get down here right this instant!
What do you need me for? You can handle him just fine yourself.
Oh, for goodness sake! You're supposed to be number 1. Would it kill you to even put the tiniest bit of effort into your job?
Number 1?
Then he's an enforcer just like Sharon and Phantom Thief B.
Indeed, I happen to be number 9. An enforcer's number is not in any way indicative of their combat prowess. But by coincidence, his may actually be so. He's easily among the strongest in Ouroboros. Perhaps even the strongest.
Never tried fighting steel to see which one of us gets the top spot, though. That race before was kind of fun to watch, so let's see what you got. The name's McBurn. Some call me the Almighty Conflagration. And talk is cheap. I hate conversations that just drag on and on. So let's skip to the good part, okay?
The power radiating from him is incredible.
What are those flames?
Shall we begin? My swift swordsmanship was taught to me by my illustrious lord, the Steel Maiden. And you haven't a chance in hell of withstanding it.
I've gone to the trouble of coming down here. Do me a favor and try lasting a minute before you call it quits.
Your arrogance will be your undoing.
Give them everything you've got.
Of course!
ต้องช
Don't
นะ
die too easy on me
ไม่ใช่ต้อง
now.
ชนะ
Now,
ต้องกำจัด
draw your
ดูวัน
weapons.
นิวนะเพื่อที่จะได้สาร AP
My turn. All right, let's do this.
Leave this to me!
this.
Behold the might of the Arse!
You can take a little heat,
With
right?
pleasure.
มี ผิดแล้วเนี่ยเดี๋ยวนะ
Arcus, activate!
Very well. Now, come, we'll finish this together!
Leave this to me!
Come on! Come on!
มีแค่คนเดียวอีกอะ
Witness the severing chains. I'm afraid you're...
How are you still standing?
เก่งไง
Come on! Come on!
How about some of this?
I wasn't strong enough.
I'm sorry, everyone.
With pleasure.
You have my things.
I'll handle this.
แข็งอีก
Thanks.
อย่าอยู่เลย
This is impossible!
I wasn't strong enough.
คือยังไงก็ไม่ชนะ
I'm sorry,
แต่ขอ
everyone.
ให้กำจัดอีนั่นได้
Man, is that really what you call everything you got?
This can't be happening.
How can they be so strong?
I've never fought anyone so strong in my life. Not by a long shot.
I didn't expect we would have a chance against him head-on.
We were able to knock that knight down at least.
ตะกี้ไม่น่าบัฟให้ยูซิสเนาะน่าจะเน้น3 คน
Ugh! I can't believe I lost to mere students! And of course, one of them had to be an Arcade! This is so humiliating!
Oh, give me a break. Were you even trying? I thought you beat Louve once. Hard to believe with that sorry side of a fight.
I did. Granted, he won the other 99 or so battles. And I was! simply slipped, that's all.
Hmm? Interesting. You mixed by any chance?
What are you talking about?
Nothing. If you haven't noticed yourself, I'm not gonna be the one to tell you. If you haven't, it's probably not much anyway.
Huh?
ในบทสรุปว่าบอกว่าถ้ามีโอกาสก็ให้สแกนด้วยแต่ผมไม่สแกน
What do you...
Anyway, I'm out of here. You can take care of handing him over to the Duke.
You can't possibly be serious! You won't help even a
Don't
teensy
care.
bit? It's a little much to handle all by myself.
Nah, I'm tired of this already. Maybe if one of them could seriously give me a run for my Mira, I'd consider it, but...
One run for your Mira coming right up.
Huh?
It couldn't be.
ตั้งตัวดีเหรอ
She finally made it.
ไม่ใช่
Huh?
Where did that come from?
ยิงให้มันโดน
Nice.
Looks like I was right to hurry. I wasn't expecting to find you fighting monsters of this caliber.
You're... Instructor Sarah?
โพสต์ก่อน
Sorry for the wait. But don't you worry your pretty little heads none. Now that I'm here, I won't let them lay a finger on you. How could I call myself your homeroom teacher if I did?
Thanks.
You're the purple lightning, aren't you?
Huh. Hey, I've heard of you.
We aren't dreaming, are we?
I don't know what to say.
Was this your doing, Eustace?
I used a secret channel to contact her. She was to be our insurance if things took a turn for the worse.
Really?
I'm delighted to see that you're well, Lady Sarah.
Thanks, I guess. Still, looks like you've been fighting some of your old pals for the sake of my kids. And I can give credit where it's due. Thanks.
Ugh. Do you seriously want to keep fighting? Surely you don't believe you'll win because you're an A-rank bracer.
You ask me, this is more like it. Not like there are any towns nearby I can burn down, so maybe it's time I stopped holding back.
Stay away from him.
Those are just like...
Hold on a moment! I know I said I wanted help, but I'd rather you didn't set me on fire in the process.
What the devil are you doing up there?
The hell?
That sounds like...
ไม่ละกขค
Isn't that Duke Alberea?
Father? Arno?
Lord Eustace. Eustace, what is the meaning of this? You dare to leave a letter like that and simply disappear? Have you gone mad?
Letter?
Hey, Duke, you mind staying out of this? I was getting all fired up there before you came and ruined everything.
Silence! This has nothing to do with you. I will not stand for behavior like this, Eustace. You will do as I say. Your selfish actions will smear mud on the good Alberea name. Is that what you want?
My intentions are as I outlined in the contents of that letter. I intend to walk my own path with my classmates at my side. I have no wish to dirty the Alberea name. On the contrary, I wish to find for myself how I should live as one who bears it.
Eustace.
What is this drivel? I always knew what a mistake it was to accept you into this family. Come forth, Knights of Kreutzen!
Oh boy, here comes trouble.
These must be the soldats from Oryx Fort.
I don't recognize that one either.
It must be a new model.
Yeah, there goes any interest I had left. Have a blast. See ya.
Why must you always be so indifferent?
Reen!
Right.
Looks like it's your turn to shine.
Then
ชายตั้งนานแล้ว
No matter the results, we can't turn back. Take care, Master Reen.
Heed my call. Valimar, the Ashen Knight!
Acknowledged.
An ash-colored knight? Huh. So that's the foul fiend that caused trouble for the soldiers from the Twin Dragons Bridge.
Oh, so that's the Ashen Knight?
The very same great knight that fought near Trista at that.
And I can sense even more mana coming from it now than I could then.
มีท่าใหม่เหรอ
Its form is most impressive.
Go forth, my knights! With them in our custody, the top spot in the Alliance is as good as mine. Show them the terrifying strength of the newest addition to our army!
Yes, Your Grace!
That one looks tough. Heavily armored, too. But I'm sure Valimar can take it.
Right! Let's do this! I'm counting on you, Valimar!
Understood.
All right, you ready?
จ้ะจริงแรงจัง เดี๋ยวอ่านบทสรุปแป๊บหนึ่ง บอกว่าให้กำจัดรถก่อน เพราะว่ามันมีเลือดน้อยสุด ก็คือรถเนี่ยในท่าปกติเนี่ยจะไม่มีจุดอ่อนเนาะแต่ถ้ามันอยู่ในท่าแบบ attack อะในบทสรุปบอกว่า it has a 3-star unbalanced rating หลังจากกำจัดรถหุ้มเกราะได้แล้วแล้วก็เข้าไปกำจัดเฮกเตอร์โจมตีหัวในตอนที่มันอยู่ท่าปกติเนาะแต่ตอนที่มันอยู่ในท่าโจมตีให้โจมตีร่างกายมันแล้วก็ถ้าเลือดคุณเหลือน้อยกว่า 40,000 ให้ใช้พาร์ทเนี่ยฮีลเนาะโอเคกำจัดรถก่อนใช่ไหมอ๋อมันก็ไม่มีอยู่แล้วนี่110นี่อะไรเนี่ย
It's my turn!
แรงใช้ได้
Let's go! Gotcha! Sick!
It's working! Keep it up!
เอารถมันกำลังชาร์จเราเพิ่งรู้
Let's go! Gotcha! Sick!
อีกนิด เดียว
That's it. Just a little more. You're not out yet. Keep going. Great.
Of
Just
course.
one more.
Allow me!
อ้าวคือถูกไหม
Here
เนี่ย
I go!
ถูกแล้ว หัวกับลำตัว
Now!
Let's go! Gotcha! Now! My sword will cleave open the way! It's like domination! Now! Gotcha!
It's working. Keep it up.
Here I go! Allow me!
ลบก่อน
Bring it on! Gotcha!
Of course! Here!
Gotcha! Let's go! Gotcha! Bring it on! Gotcha! Now! Gotcha!
Of course!
Bring it on! Gotcha! Let's go! My sword will cleave open the way! It's like domination! Let's go! Gotcha!
That's it.
Of course.
Just a little more.
เลือดเยอะจัง
Let's go! Gotcha!
It's my turn.
มันน่าจะตายแล้วนะ
Now.
นางเอกปิด
Curse you!
That was a tough one.
อีกนิดเดียว
This can't be happening. How could our new soldat be defeated?
กากไง
Damn you.
You think he's ready, Celine?
He should be.
Reen!
Give us a hand, Emma! We're going to open the spirit path!
Right!
A transportation spell?
Time to make our escape!
Wait! Eustace! You can't leave like this! I won't allow it!
Farewell for now, Father. Please give my regards to Rufus as well. It is my dearest wish that you won't repeat the mistake you made with Ymir a second time. Arno, might I ask you to return the horse I borrowed to the mansion?
As you wish, Lord Eustace.
Wait! Wait, I say! That is an order, Eustace!
เป็นไรจ๊ะ โอ้โหทั้งสอง
Welcome home, Reen. I see you were able to find the rest of your classmates.
Yeah, this is everyone.
It sure wasn't easy.
Indeed.
Regardless, we wouldn't have been able to make it here if not for you all coming to find us. Thank you.
And naturally, that goes for you too, Celine.
Yeah, whatever. It's good to see you guys again.
The winds must have been on your side. It sounds like there was some trouble along the way, but you came back, and that's all that matters. I can't say I'm surprised to find you're in good health, though. Ill weeds grow apace, after all.
I could say the same about you. Given how useless you are at anything you can't learn from a book, part of me expected we would next meet with you behind bars. Again.
It hasn't even been 30 damn seconds and I already want to kill you.
Okay, my turn! Aw, why'd you move out of the way?
Because you were trying to hug me, obviously.
Oh, come on. You know you want to.
While I'd expected you to come back with your classmates, I didn't think you'd come back with Sarah, too. Not that anything had ever happened to you, of all people.
Thanks, I guess.
It certainly has gotten lively around here.
It sure has. You're looking a lot better, Dad.
I'm still a ways from being back to my old self, but I'm finding it a lot easier to walk around. Toval and Captain Claire have kindly been handling both the village's security and correspondence with the other regions, which means I can focus on my health.
We're not doing anything special, really.
We're just glad that you've been getting better.
That's not true at all. You've done so much for us, I don't even know where to begin thanking you. And Reen, I want you to know that we're both so proud of what you've accomplished. It couldn't have been easy coming this far, but you did it. You should hold your head high.
Thanks, Mom. Oh, I wouldn't have been able to do any of it alone. It was only possible because everyone was with me.
Well, I think we've been standing out here long enough. I've had rooms prepared for you all at the Phoenix Wing, so go ahead and rest there.
Oh, nice.
Isn't that where we stayed during our last visit?
That's the one. I imagine you must all be exhausted after all that's transpired in the past few days.
The open-air bath's finally been repaired too. If you get the chance, you should enjoy a nice, relaxing bath after all your hard work.
ฮักฟรีอาบน้ำแร่แช่น้ำนมอันนี้ให้เลือกอะไรนะก็คือถ้าเราเลือกใครเนี่ยเราจะมี Special Effect เนาะแล้วก็จะได้600 Link EXP นั่นสิ ช่วยร้องแต่ตอนแรกเลย
Hey there. How's the water?
Tova? I'm surprised you're still awake.
Come on. I'm still young. You think I'd hit the hay this early? Mind if I join you?
Not at all. Go right ahead.
คือเลือกมาแช่น้ำด้วยกันเหรอ ตลกว่ะ
You really can't beat the hot springs of Ymir. I've used them a few times since coming here, but it never gets old. Sounds like I picked the best season to be here, too.
You did, actually. Winter's my favorite season to use the springs, too. You really must like coming in here, though. Considering that we've already been in here once today, but I guess I can't really talk either, can I?
No, you sure can't. And I could get used to this, all right. Oh, yeah. Kinda overdue and maybe a little out of nowhere, but congrats on making it this far and doing what you set out to do.
A little out of nowhere is right. What brought this on?
You've been through a hell of a ride since everything went down back in Trista, but you've gotten through it all just fine. Not only that, you managed to get all of your old classmates and Sarah back together again. That wouldn't have happened if not for you.
I think you're giving me too much credit. It was only thanks to everyone's support, yours included, that I was able to do anything at all.
Don't think I did all that much, personally. And hey, I'll give credit where credit is due. Class 7's only how it is because you're at its center. And that's a fact. Everyone believed that you'd rise up and fight. And they still believe it now. That's why they're here. So, as someone who's been watching over you for a while now, I think you deserve a pat on the back for all you've done. What? Did I overdo it? Well, don't sweat it too much if it bothers you, I guess.
Oh, no, I wasn't laughing at you. It just finally hit home that everything Elise said was true. I had no idea that everyone was thinking of me as much as they were, or that so many people were looking out for me. It just made me realize all over again how blind I've been all this time. So I couldn't help but laugh at myself.
Oh, gotcha. Well, then make sure you don't forget it. The friendships you've made aren't the kind that can be broken easily. That goes without saying between us, too, I'll have you know.
Don't worry, I won't forget. And now that Class 7 is together again, I'm sure we'll be able to go back to the Academy one day. As long as we don't give up, I know we can make that a reality. Both for ourselves and for the people who have supported us in getting this far.
That's what I like to hear. I've got your back all the way, Reen.
สองเลยเหรอ เยอะมาก ก็ไกด์เนี่ยบอกว่า ถ้าไปบอนกับอลิสาเอมมาฟีลอรามิเลียมแล้วก็ชารอนจะได้โปรไฟล์มาเนาะแล้วก็ถ้าไปบอนกับไกอัสจะได้ท่าใหม่ชื่อว่า Hunter Wing แทนที่จะ เลเวลถึง 75 อันนี้คือก็งงอยู่นะว่ามันหมายความว่ายังไงโอเคมีใครบ้างนะ1 2 3 4 5 6 7โอเคก็ตามนี้เลย1 2 3 4 5 6 7ครบ7คนพอดีไปหาอลิสาก่อนแล้วกันyes แล้วก็เอ็มมาตอนนี้แล้วกันโอ้อันนี้ซีดีต้องเอาของคนที่ไม่ได้ไปออก มม่ามาทำอะไรที่ร้านเหล้าจ๊ะครั้งเดียวพอครั้งที่2จะไปได้โปรไฟล์แล้วไปฟรีหนูฟรีฟรีนั่นสิต่อไปลอร่า อ เชิญขึ้นห้องเลยเหรอโกรธมินเหลี่ยมแล้วก็เชรอน โ เป็นกระสือเหรอต่อไปก็ไกอัสชุดไหนดีใครเหรอเอามาช่วยสู้ได้ปะอ๋อเพิ่งเข้าใจก็คือว่าท่าเนี่ยมันจะได้ตอน75แต่ถ้าเราทำมาบอลตอนนี้ก็คือได้ก่อน75 แล้วก็มีมินิเกมหิมะใหม่ก็ไม่เห็นโค้งนั่นแหละเก่งจัง
I did it!
Passion โอ้ยก็ดีนะเนี่ย25เอาคลิดีกว่าเพื่อความสะใจมันจะมีมอนตัวใหม่ชื่อว่าไอซิโซเพนเกวียนก็น่าจะคล้ายๆเพนกวินอะเยอะจังเอานี่ไปสแกนเนาะนี่ด้วยนี่ไปลอง
Right.
200 หมดแล้วเหรอ นี่ไงดูเตตัสดิอันนี้ไว้สแกนเนี่ยนะ
It's my turn.
My turn.
Now's our chance. We can do this.
Let's move. There! Ha! Now's our chance.
I'll back you up.
Very well. Be gone!
Huh?
This is it!
I'll back you up!
It's my turn! Analyzing enemy attack patterns. I've got it!
Here I go!
ไฟ
Now!
Let's move. Ha! That's that. Let's keep moving.
ต่อไปก็ไปคุยกับเจอร์รอที่ผับมันจะเป็นเควสลับเดี๋ยวขออ่านแป๊บหนึ่งโอเคอ๋อแล้วก็ลืมบอกไปอีกอย่างแขกรับเชิญเช่นได้แก่แคลร์แชรอนโทวอลเนี่ยที่มีลิงก์ EXP สูงสุดเนาะในแอคเนี่ยจะให้เครื่องประดับที่แบบที่ดีสำหรับในบทที่2แล้วก็บอกว่าถ้าเนี่ยเป็นการเล่นครั้งที่2ของคุณหรือมากกว่านั้นคุณสามารถแลกอะไรเนี่ยแลก Semurian Stone ซึ่งเป็นวัตถุดิบในการตีอาวุธที่แข็งแกร่งที่สุดเนาะที่ร้านค้าทั่วไปโดยใช้50 U Materialsอันนี้มันจะได้สู้บอสเดี๋ยวขออ่านก่อนนะโอ้โหในบทสรุปว่าแบบเป็นบอสที่โคตรง่ายเลยเพราะว่าคือมันสามารถเฟ้นแล้วก็หลับได้เนาะแล้วก็บอสเนี่ยตีแค่ตัวเดียว นี่ลองคร่าวๆนะ อันนี้ให้แค่ตัวเอง ก็เอาสายเวทไปก่อน เลือกยากจัง ไปที่แมป2 นะ อุ้ย
We'll have to fight our way through.
With pleasure. If you will excuse us.
จะหนีเราไหม ไม่ครับ
Right.
It's my turn.
With pleasure.
We have the advantage here.
Here I go.
Keep right.
Ha!
With pleasure.
Okay.
Here I go. Sorry for the trouble.
Leave this to me.
Now.
Here I come.
My turn. Sit.
With pleasure.
Okay. Hey.
Understood.
Ha! Here's our chance.
Here I come.
Let's move. Ha!
Very well.
Right. Hey.
All right. There. Good work, everyone.
Exactly how it should be.
ลืมไปว่า Usis นี่ก็สายบัฟนี่นะ เปลี่ยนก่อน ไม่ใช่
My turn.
Onward.
Very well.
ได้อีกทีไหมเนี่ย35ไม่ได้จริงดิเดี๋ยวกันนะตั้งดีๆก่อนมั่วมากอันนี้มันจะเป็นตัวเองเนาะอันนี้ให้ทุกคนอันนี้ตัวนี้เป็น XL ของลีน XL เหมือนกัน
Not what I had in mind.
Be careful, everyone.
With pleasure.
Arcus, activate!
Let's move. All right, let's do this!
Understood.
Yes, sir!
My turn. Now's our chance. Don't let it pass.
Leave it to me!
Sir!
Ash of the Flames.
ตีแรงอยู่นะเนี่ย
All right.
เฟนอ่ะ เป็นฟรีซซีลดีเลย์ยังไงดีนะ
May I?
Let's move. Sit.
Very well.
Witness the severing chains.
My turn.
Onward.
My turn. Huh.
Very well. Now.
Got you.
Pathetic.
Understood.
Ha! Here I go. Ha! Now's our chance. There.
With pleasure.
I'll handle this.
เก็บไว้ยังได้เลยเนี่ย
Understood. There. Ceasing hostilities. Let's move onward.
I did it.
I've got it.
ได้มาทั้งสองอย่างเนี่ย effort fearless curious rancid frame tongue เดี๋ยวลองดูกันไม่ใส่เวทอันนี้เป็นชุบคิวเรียอ๋อนี่ไงแช่เท้าให้พร้อม
You went up a rank. Here's a little something from the guild. Nice work. You should be proud of yourself.
ของมันแน่อยู่แล้ว
I've thought long and hard about it, and I think we as a class need to find a third way. A path of our own, separate from the ones the reformist and noble factions are taking.
A third way, you say? I do agree. It wouldn't feel quite right for us to directly support either side.
True, we might be military academy students, but we're still students.
Involving ourselves in a civil war isn't something we should take lightly. We might have a divine knight on our side, but we're still going to need to be very careful how we proceed.
Whatever we do, Valimar will certainly be at the center.
No doubt. We've all seen how powerful the Divine Knights are. If we use them right, we can intervene in the war as much as we want.
They're quite literally beings of legend. However, his potential influence on the war is all the more reason why he will need to be used cautiously.
What are we gonna do then? Even if we agree on not siding with either of the factions, I'm pretty sure each of us have different stuff we want to do, and different things that we have to do too.
Yeah, that's true. For my part, I need to rescue Elise and Princess Alphen from the Noble Alliance's clutches. Whether it's alone or with you guys, it's something I'll do.
There's no way you'll be alone for that. We're with you all the way. I'm concerned about Dad too, what with them having him under arrest.
I still can't get in contact with Fiona either. I'm glad I was able to see Dad, but I'm worried about her.
For me, I'm worried about Ruhr as a whole. It's a huge relief to see you're alright, Sharon, but Mother's still unaccounted for.
I'm sorry I can't do more to comfort you, my lady.
And I have no idea where Father's been for the past month. I'm certain he must be well, but all the same.
We're all worried about our families, I see. Hopefully, we can find some information on all of them before the fighting gets any more fierce.
I'm certainly not worried about the safety of mine. Although, suffice it to say, if we choose to intervene in the war, conflict with them is all but inevitable.
That goes for Zeno and Leo too. They've been hired by the Noble Alliance, so I'd say it's likely we'll run into them in the future.
Plus, Emma and I still need to talk to Vita to see what exactly she's trying to do. To figure out what's so important to her that she was willing to break a taboo to do it.
That's true.
Whatever you decide to do, you'll have my full support. Just as the warriors of Nord did 250 years ago, I'm determined to fight to protect my second homeland and those who live within it.
Oh, same! We can do this! I can back him up, right, Claire?
How could I say no? I have my own duties to take care of as part of the Railway Military Police, but I fully intend to support all of you with everything I have.
I'm thinking it's about time I return to helping the guild, actually. But I'll still be in touch with Sarah, so I'm sure I can lend a hand or two anytime you need it.
Naturally, I'd be overjoyed to continue serving as your dormitory's caretaker.
I'm your instructor, so you're stuck with me to the very end. Whatever you choose to do, you'll have my support. You're going to need to decide on a more specific course of action, though. Resolving to find a third way is a start, but only a start. It also leaves plenty of questions that need to be answered on top of it all.
Well, then how about this? Let's figure out right now whether or not we want to keep using Ymir as our base of operations.
Just so we're clear on this, there's a limit to how many people can use the spirit path at any one time. And with as many people as we have now, I'm not sure how useful it's going to be at this point.
And we're limited on how frequently we can use it.
Oh, right.
But we're also just as limited on where we can go otherwise. We haven't exactly been the most subtle group around. Who's to say we could even operate elsewhere?
An astute point. The Noble Alliance will no doubt be even more wary of us than before.
In the end, no matter what we decide, we lose.
Indeed. Yet we're short on time, so a decision must be made now.
There's gotta be something that only we can do.
Yeah. I don't know what it is, but I know it exists. And I'm sure that we'll find it. The best thing we can do now is keep talking things out until we find a way. There's no point in rushing into a decision.
Well, doesn't this look fun? Mind if I join in?
What in the world?
It couldn't be.
Vita?
It's lovely to see you again, Emma. You were finally able to reunite with all of your classmates. I'm happy for you. Really, I am. The goddess was on your side after all,
Cut the crap, Vita. Have you been listening in all this time?
Where are you?
I'm not far at all. Listen closely now.
That sounds just like...
Is that...
It's coming from above us!
อะไร
Isn't that the Noble Alliance Force's flagship?
What's the Pantagruel doing here?
Damn it! I didn't think she'd tell the rest of their army where we were.
But why now?
Why? Because our preparations are finally complete.
Vita! Vita, you're here.
Yes, I am here, in the flesh. Good day to you all, Class 7. As nice as it would be to finally give you a hug, Emma, I wouldn't want to keep our guest of honor waiting any longer. So, without further ado...
It can't be. Isn't that... the Azure Knight? Crow.
Long time no see, guys. Sorry for dropping in on you like this, but I'm sure you know the drill by now. You ready to have some fun?
Is that really you, Crow?
There's no doubt about it.
See, you damn terrorist.
Come on!
Right! Heed my call! Valimar!
Acknowledged.
I'm not gonna lose this time! Because at the end of the day, he's just an obstacle that needs to be overcome. So lend me your power, Valimar!
Very well. Use my power as you see fit.
You've really taken to piloting since your last encounter, haven't you? I was hoping you would, and you didn't let me down. You boys have so much potential. But potential is only that. Potential. And you, Reen, might want to reevaluate just how many obstacles need overcoming.
This is bad.
Aren't those the Alliance's allies?
Long time no see, kiddos. You doing all right, Fee?
I see the Purple Lightning has joined your ranks.
Zeno. Leo.
Zephyr!
And a few members of Ouroboros, too. Guess all the big guys wanted a piece of us today.
And look, Sammy's here too!
Kindly stop referring to Clown Soleus with that bizarre nickname.
Ha ha! Ah, it's such a pleasure to visit this wintry wonderland once again.
Oh, it's a pleasure, all right. The time for my long-awaited revenge has finally come. Now you shall pay!
It's only been 2 days since you first fought them, you know.
This could pose a problem. Why send so many powerful allies here? And all at once?
You've proven to be rather formidable adversaries after all. It wouldn't do to underestimate you.
Rufus!
I'm pleased to see you all again, ladies and gentlemen of Class 7. As for you, dear brother, I was told that you'd run away from home. does my heart good to see you safe and sound. So, you've finally gathered up the will to make the difficult choices life set at your feet, I presume. Even if those choices place you in my line of fire?
Yes, I have.
I can't believe he's shown up too.
The Noble Alliance is pulling out all the stops to finally get rid of us, aren't they?
Reen, we'll take care of everything here. You and Valimar have your own battle to fight.
Are you sure?
We're in for a real brawl out here, but a guy couldn't ask for better opponents.
Leave the battle on the ground to us.
We've no intention of backing down without a fight. Wait, Sharon!
I know they're all strong, but still.
Well, what do you say we get started?
Here he comes!
I'm impressed. You managed to hold your own better than I expected you to. It's only been a month or so, but you've really grown as an Awakener, Reen.
Well, it's hard to go through the kinds of things I have without growing from the experience. And now that I've done all that, I'm going to be the one who takes you down!
No, you're not. I said you could hold your own, not that you could win. Remember, there's still a 3-year gap's worth of experience between us. And it's time you realize just how much of an impact that gap has.
That's enough, Crow!
Do they really stand a chance?
Well, they're putting up a good fight so far, but...
Yeah, it's not looking good. They're outnumbered for one thing.
Then it's time we lent them our aid.
Agreed. Weapons at the ready, guys.
Always in a rush, aren't you? Stay right where you are. I'll serve as your opponent today.
You will?
Trying to stop us from joining in?
I'd rather our intrusion cause as little inconvenience as possible for the people of this village. I'll let you make the first move. It's been quite some time since I last instructed you in fencing, Eustace. I look forward to seeing how you've improved.
Wow.
His guard's perfect.
Stay alert. Rufus is a master of court fencing. We'll need to put all we have into this battle to even stand a chance against him.
I would have it no other way.
ลือกใครดีเนี่ย ตอนนี้ไปก่อนนะ คือเราต้องลดเลือดให้มันเหลือน้อย
Show me what you're capable of.
กึ่งหนึ่งภายใน 40 เทิร์น
I'll handle this. Now's our chance. Don't let it pass.
Leave this to me. My turn. Behold.
It's my turn.
เป็นลดได้ไหมเนี่ย
Break!
Here I go!
เดี๋ยวนะทันไหมเนี่ยไม่ทันนะซัดเลยไหม
Come on, Lammy!
I'll handle this.
เล่นมากับลอราได้ใช่ไหม
I leave this to you.
I'll take it from here. My turn.
Oh, กดผิดอะ
Here I go!
Here up! I'll try at least.
Right. Here I go. Overdrive! Take this! They're off balance. Time to finish them off.
Okay.
Understood. Take this.
It's my turn. Now.
You're mine. It's my turn. Now's our chance.
I'll back you up.
Show your strength. Begin.
ตายไหมเนี่ยเป็นการต่อสู้ที่เราไม่สามารถชนะได้
Divine lightning.
I wasn't scared to happen, everyone.
Okay.
Well, I won't deny that was an entertaining diversion. But you'd do well to intensify your training regimen if you hope to best me.
How is he so strong?
นั่นดิเวอร์
We didn't stand a chance.
He might even be stronger than Sarah.
แน่นอน
Are you guys okay?
Hey, you really think you've got time to be worrying about them? You ain't getting out of this one, Reen.
All right, bring it on. It's time to settle this, Crow.
Bring it on.
ได้สู้ได้เหรอ
This'll be a tough one. Be careful.
เดี๋ยวนะในบทสรุปไม่เห็นบอกเลย เดี๋ยวกันนะไกด์เขียนไม่ครบอ่ะในบทสรุปบอกว่าการต่อสู้ครั้งเนี้ยเราไม่สามารถชนะได้ลองดูก่อน
Think you can handle this?
Eat this! Gotcha! Gotcha!
Hope you're ready.
This is bad.
Darkness.
Clean! Gotcha! Gotcha! Ha! I wasn't strong enough.
Hey! Are you okay?
คือบทสรุปของเกมแฟกซ์กับ Neo Seeker นะต่างกัน
Settled enough for you?
You didn't even bother to use that trump card of yours.
He wasn't even trying last time, then was he?
Come on. With the way you are now, I don't even need to try. I'll always win. And that Reen perfectly illustrates just how massive the gulf between us is. Maybe you think you've had it tough up till now, but you're gonna need to go through a hell of a lot more if you want to even the odds.
I see the battle here has come to an end.
Oh, hey Vita.
I can't help but feel a little bummed that everything went exactly as I thought it would.
ตอแหล
Still, it just goes to show how much faith I have in your skills, my sweet Azure Chevalier.
Funny, I don't recall ever becoming yours. How's everything up top?
I think it's only a matter of time before the battle is decided. But we've caused enough trouble for the people of Ymir already. It's about time we brought this to a close. Finestrum Phantasma. Window.
My apologies for not coming down to speak with you in person, ladies and gentlemen of Thor's Military Academy.
ไม่ได้ถาม
You know who I am, of course, but I am Duke Cayenne, ruler of the Lemaire province and supreme leader of the Noble Alliance.
Duke Cayenne?
So even the big guy himself is here.
I must say, what a curious group we have here. I'd heard as much, but allow me to extend my most heartfelt congratulations. My expectations have thoroughly been exceeded. When I saw young Eustace and Laura in Legram earlier this year, I could never have imagined this is how we would next meet. Oh, I'm sure your parents must have warned you against wandering off with such disreputable individuals on a number of occasions. But I suppose every child thinks that they alone know what is best for themselves. Duke Alberea was simply livid about what happened. But it can't hurt to learn more about the outside world,
Every word that leaves his mouth is condescending.
Did you come all the way here just to tell us that?
Don't be silly, child. Reen Schwarzer. I had this meeting arranged because I wanted to speak with you. Perhaps the method was a touch too garish for something so simple, but do forgive me for not formally requesting an audience.
With me?
With you. Allow me to get right to the point. I wish to invite you, Ashen Chevalier, aboard our flagship.
Huh? Wait, why?
I've heard all about your magnificent exploits across the land. And so I thought it would be nice to sit down and have a long, pleasant chat with you about the past, the present, as well as your future.
Are you suggesting?
You want Reen to join the Noble Alliance?
Should you accept my invitation, we will withdraw peacefully from Ymir.
จำเป็นต้อง
Furthermore, I give you my personal assurance that we will leave this village alone for the duration of this war. A fine proposition, is it not? Are we interested?
Very well. Allow me to accept your invitation.
Don't be an idiot! This is clearly a trap! They wouldn't come all the way out here and take you into their flagship if it weren't.
I appreciate your concern. But trap or not, this might be a good chance for us, too. I think I'd regret it if I let it pass. Balamar, transport Celine back outside.
Are you certain?
Now hold it right there!
Don't worry about me. The odds were against all of us getting back together, but we did it. And I'm sure we can do it again, too. So just wait with Emma for now. I'll be back before you know it. Valimar, if you would.
Very well.
But wait!
สรุปพวกอาจารย์สู้ได้ไหมเนี่ย
It seems the time has come for us to part ways once again. But remember this. You're an Albarea. There is power and dignity in that name, to whatever end you would use it. I want you to prove that the convictions you cling to are worthy of your loyalty. Not for my benefit, but for yours.
Wait!
Lord Rufus!
Well met, Lord Schwarzer. It's a pleasure to see you again. Allow me to extend my apologies for the harm my father visited upon this town and its people.
Never mind that. What do you intend to do with my son? And what is a promising young man like yourself?
We're simply going to borrow young Reen for a short while. There's nothing to worry about. I'm a busy man these days, though, so for now, I bid you adieu.
แปลว่าอะไรลุกได้แล้ว
Reen!
We all finally got back together, too. Why?
Sorry, but I'll be back, I promise. So stay safe.
Reen! Reen!
พอดิบพอดีเหมือนกัน อันนี้เลย
So this is what Duke Cayenne looks like from up close. It's hard to believe that I've ended up in the same room as the leader of the Noble Alliance. Although, I guess we did meet back in Legram before the war broke out.
Reen Schwarzer, truth be told, we don't want this war to drag on any more than you do.
Really?
We only acted as we did due in part to our dearly departed Chancellor's behavior being far too unreasonable to justify turning a blind eye. He garnered the trust of His Majesty, and in turn misused that trust. He flagrantly disregarded this nation's beloved culture and traditions, treating Erebonia as if it were his own personal property. Surely you too noticed this.
Well, I can't say I disagree. We did hear story after story during our field studies about how aggressive his policies were, about the way he didn't care how many enemies he made as a result, creating terrorist groups like the Imperial Liberation Front.
But as I said, the cause of our nation's ills is now gone. Now, all that remains is to turn back the hands of time just a touch, and the good old days of the Empire will be upon us once more. The key to this bright future lies in putting aside our differences and joining hands. Am I wrong?
I'm afraid that yes, you are. Do you honestly believe that people can so easily put aside their differences after all the Alliance has done? You occupied Heimdall and effectively took every one of its citizens hostage, imprisoned the Imperial family. And let's not forget how you're now in league with the enemy nation responsible for the destruction of Gorelia Fortress. After all that, the Imperial army would never bow their heads to the likes of you, even if the rest of the population did.
My word, I'm afraid there's been a terrible misunderstanding. The Imperial family is simply under our loving protection. They certainly haven't been imprisoned.
ก่อนกลับขอทีบคลาวทีหนึ่งได้ปะ
But that does bring me to exactly why I want you to help us.
It does?
The Azure Knight is already on our side. But if we had your Ashen Knight as well, that would mean we'd have two of the great knights of Erebonian legend to put into play. Couple them with our Panzer Soldats, and the Imperial Army's armored divisions would cower before us. You may not find us winning the war ideal, but this union benefits everyone more than carrying on until our inevitable victory,
I don't think it's that simple.
I beg to differ. The presence of Soldats units on a battlefield makes a tremendous difference. What they may lack in firepower and armor compared to tanks, they make up for in mobility and versatility. But more important than even those factors is the psychological impact they have on our opponents.
Well...
We're only human. As such, we are as captivated as we are terrified of giant beings bearing human form. And if that holds true even for mass-produced soldats made with modern technology, it will be all the more true for the divine knights of legend you and Crow possess.
Can't argue with that logic.
I will say it once more. Gileath Osborne is dead. And with his death, all that's left to be done is end this ridiculous war and return order to the Empire. Only then will everything be as it should. That includes both your pleasant academy life and the peaceful days of darling Elise and her friend the princess.
Are you trying to...
Whatever you ultimately decide, their safety is guaranteed. I would ask that you promise him this, if nothing else, Your Grace.
But of course, I'm not a monster.
Rufus.
We may stand on opposite sides of this conflict, but I still sit on Thor's board of directors. And in that capacity, I suggest you consider carefully the choice before you. After all, every soldier must decide for himself whether a cause is worth fighting, perhaps even dying for. I look forward to hearing your answer.
All that's left to be done is end this ridiculous war and return order to the Empire. Only then will everything be as it should. That includes both your pleasant academy life and the peaceful days of darling Elise and her friend the princess.
I suggest you consider carefully the choice before you. After all, every soldier must decide for himself whether a cause is worth fighting, perhaps even dying for. I look forward to hearing your answer.
It's hard to argue that this war began because the noble faction went too far. But the longer it goes on, the more people are going to suffer. Am I really okay with that? If I join them, I could reduce the number of victims, be friends with Crow again, free Elise and Princess Alphen. No, this isn't that simple. Think, Rain, think! I was able to reunite with the others, but Elise and Princess Alphen are still in the Alliance's custody. What's the best thing I can do? This isn't just about me. What do all of us want to do?
Keep racking your brain like that and smoke will start coming out of your ears.
ขอทีบทีหนึ่งดิ
What do you want?
Hey now, no need to give me that look. I figured I was gonna find you busy thinking everything over like your life depended on it. And what do you know? I was right.
How about you mind your own damn business? And don't you have better things to do with your time? I figured the glorious Azure Chevalier would be far too busy with the war to be hanging out around here.
It's tough being popular. If you joined us, I could get away with doing half the work I am now. So come on, stop freaking out about it so much and make a choice.
This isn't something I can just decide by flipping a coin, Crow. And besides, it'd probably be an easier choice if not for a certain someone. What's that in your hand, anyway?
Grub, of course. Kinda early, but I brought you your lunch. Mind if I join you?
แอบใส่ยาพิษให้มันดีปะ
Hamburgers, fries, and onion rings, huh? I was expecting something more fancy like I had last night.
Oh, that kind of food more your thing? Okay then, give me a minute while I go ask the chef to whip something up.
No, this is fine. The burger looks delicious.
Cool. Alright, dig in.
This tastes kinda different from a normal burger. Oh, no wonder. It's got whitefish in it.
Yeah, they're called fish burgers. Pretty good, right?
Yeah, the tartar sauce makes for an unusual extra flavoring too. Oh. This tastes amazing. I like this way more than the food I had last night, to be honest.
Well, glad to hear it. Guess it was worth putting my cooking skills to the test after all.
Wait, you made this?
Was my first time cooking in a while, too. Sharon could probably do better, though. But I wanted to give it a shot anyway. This stuff was like soul food back in Jirai where I grew up.
Oh.
To think, all the time we spent searching for the leader of the Imperial Liberation Front, and he was right under our noses. Crow Armbrust from the Jirai SEZ.
Oh, yeah, Vita was using some weird thing of hers to let you see what was going on, wasn't she? So I guess you saw what happened there.
Yeah, Jirai was that special economic zone in the northwest you guys went to during our August field study, too.
We didn't run into anything like that in the Jirai Special Economic Zone. Though, I guess that makes sense seeing as it's under the direct control of the Imperial government and not a noble.
I seem to recall that it was annexed 8 years ago. Is that right?
So you ended up going back to your old hometown then?
Yeah, by pure coincidence. It's changed a lot since I was last there, so it was kind of surreal being back again. But it was nostalgic in its own way, too.
It's been bugging me for a long time now. What could have made you want to join a group of terrorists like the Imperial Liberation Front? What was it that made you hate Chancellor Osborne that much? Enough to take his life? Oh, tell me, Crow. Please. I want to know what it was that made you who you are now. What kind of place Jirai was, how you lived there, and what you were doing before you entered the academy and met Toa, Angelica, and George.
Where's the fun in prying into a guy's past? Save all that talk for your number one in class. Who's the lucky girl anyway? Elisa? Laura? Emma? Fee? And don't tell me it's Milliam, because, you know,
I'm serious, Crow. I really want to know. Think of telling me your past as paying off the interest you owe on that 50 Mira. Because until I know, until we know, we won't be able to move forward.
You're really serious.
Crow?
My past really isn't that big of a deal, you know. It's got nothing on yours, that's for sure. If you find yourself thinking that's all when I'm done, well, I warned you. So, you really want to know?
Yeah. Nothing you say will change my mind. Please, tell me.
All right, you win. Like I said, it's just your run-of-the-mill sob story. Pick up any history textbook and you'll probably find a dozen others just like it. It's the kind of story that's so common no one bothers to remember it, like it never even happened. Back in those days, Jirai was known as Jirai City. It was a city-state off the coast of northwest Zemuria that prospered through maritime trade with West Erebonia, Northumbria, and Remiferia. It had a population of around 150,000 people, so it wasn't exactly a big place or anything. Because of that, the surrounding nations left it alone and let us live out our days in peace. We were pretty fortunate, all things considered, until about 20 years ago. That was when the Northumbrian disaster struck, and much of the Principality of Northumbria was turned to salt. And as a result, trade on the northwest shore was reduced to virtually nothing. Day after day, Jiraiya's prosperity started to fade away. Still, it wasn't all bad. We had our fishing, our historic landmarks, our septium mines. We could make use of those to get trade going again, both to keep our state running and to help out Northumbria. In fact, the one who advocated that approach was the mayor, my grandfather. He was the last mayor Jiraiya City ever had. He was a stubborn old bastard, but he had this wry sense of humor, and was well loved by everyone. I lost my mom and dad early, so he was also my only living relative. He taught me just about everything a guy could know. He was like a mom, dad, and your old master rolled into one, I guess. Anyway, fast forward to 10 years ago. Out of nowhere, we received this proposal from the Erebonian government. They said they wanted to extend a railway line from Heimdall all the way to Jiraiya. We relied on the sea for trade before, but there wasn't any reason to believe we couldn't benefit from being connected to Heimdall by rail. The proposal drew overwhelming support from the city's council, and as a result, my grandfather was forced to accept. Within a year, the city had all of its old life back and then some. The streets were more bustling than ever. But keep in mind, this was the result of huge amounts of imperial capital flowing into the city. Land and buildings we once treasured were bought up left and right. Everything became a target for investment. People only cared about making money. Something similar supposedly happened in Crossbell too, but unlike there, no opposition existed in Jiraiya. My grandfather sensed something was off, and he tried what he could to get the situation under control. Then one day, someone blew up the railway line leading to Jiraiya. Everyone demanded that it be repaired as quickly as possible. Everyone except the imperial government. Instead, they panned our national security arrangements for being insufficient and threatened to withdraw all imperial capital. The city was left in an uproar like we'd never seen. Shares plummeted, and with no one able to ascertain the culprit's identity, chaos reigned. That was when he showed up. Chancellor Gileath Osborne, in his third year as representative of the imperial government, personally came to Jiraiya. We then received a second proposal.
The restoration of the railway and its future security will be seen to by the Imperial Army. In return for our continued assistance in safekeeping, Jiraiya will come under the wing of our glorious empire and attain even greater prosperity as a special economic zone.
The timing was too good to be true, really. Realizing this, my grandfather staunchly opposed the idea. He tried everything he could to convince the city's council to reject the offer. Unfortunately, once you taste the sweet fruit of prosperity, it's hard to want to go back. The council, made up of influential merchants and all their greed, jumped at the offer. And tempted by the elimination of customs, together with the tax breaks from being an SEZ, many of the citizens did too. And during all that, they'd conveniently found a suspect behind the railway incident. My grandfather. He loved Jiraiya more than anyone, and up till then, its people loved him too. And yet, virtually overnight, he found himself facing the wrath of both the city's council and the citizens alike. Left with no choice, he resigned from his position as mayor, and Jiraiya formally became part of the empire. Both of these things happened on the same exact day. That was 8 years ago. Naturally, everyone knew my grandfather wasn't the one who did it. They knew who was really responsible.
เหรอ
They just turned a blind eye to the truth. See? I warned you. Just your run-of-the-mill sob story.
I don't know what to say, Crow. What happened to him after that? Your grandfather?
One day, he just up and died. Once he resigned, the whole affair with the railway getting blown up was all but forgotten. He lived comfortably in retirement for about half a year, fell ill, and that was that. He just lost the will to go on, I guess. Like I said, he was the only family I had. I mean, I had plenty of friends even then, but I chose to leave it all behind. I was 13 at the time. I wandered the land, doing whatever I had to get by. That was when I met old Cayenne, who happily indulged my hatred for the Chancellor. And with his financial backing, I went out with the goal to find others who were just like me. That was the beginning of the Imperial Liberation Front. Gideon, Scarlet, and Vulcan were among those I recruited. I'd also met Vita then. I only knew her as the woman who had often come to see Cayenne. She guided me to a place below the city of Ortis, and there slept the Azure Knight Ordine. One after another, I overcame the same trials you did with your friends, but alone. And once I'd proven myself worthy, Ordine accepted me as his awakener. That was 3 years ago. I was 16. My preparations complete, I concealed my background and enrolled in a military academy near the capital. Everything I did for the sole purpose of taking the Chancellor's head. Come on now, what's with the face? You look sadder about all this than I do.
Yeah, I guess.
I swear. I'm not trying to tell you the Chancellor was evil or anything.
What?
Still, there's no denying that he managed to outwit my grandfather. And he may have lost, but Pop's always loved a good gamble. It's thanks to him that I'm pretty good at chess, card games, that kind of stuff. I'd say it's fairly normal for a student to want to avenge his master's defeat, wouldn't you?
Maybe.
At the end of the day, there's no denying this country has problems, and the Chancellor's methods were making them worse. I studied those problems, worked out how to use the situation to my advantage, and then won the game with an all-or-nothing gamble. But when you think of how peaceful Jirai is now, I'd say I've got a duty to clear up the mess left behind by my game too, which means ending this war and restoring peace. So it's only when that's done that my game is truly over. I don't want whatever your decision is to be influenced by my past, okay? Like Rufus said, you need to think long and hard about what it is you're fighting for. For you, more than anyone else.
Yeah, but Crow...
Anyway, I think I've stuck around here for long enough. You're gonna be treated as a visitor. Well, sort of. It's about time for the higher-ups to head back to Heimdall, so go ahead and pass the time however you want.
However I want? What else can I even do here?
There'll be no guards outside your room, so if you want to try and escape, be my guest. Just keep in mind that some members of Ouroboros and Zephyr are on board too. Not to mention me, Scarlet, and Vulcan. So if you're up for a gamble of your own, get ready to take all of us on.
Sounds fun.
Oh yeah, one more thing. There's this real cute visitor in the guest of honors room on the second floor. I think she'd perk right up if she saw you. So why not go pay her a visit?
Alice เหรอ
Just don't go making your girl jealous, okay?
I wonder who he means. He said she's in the guest of honors room. Well, I can't waste much time here. I told everyone I'd definitely come back soon. Right now, I need to gather as much information as I can. I can make my choice after that. At least then, it'll be an informed one. I can sense someone inside.
Come on in if you like.
That sounds like... Excuse me.
นางนกเหรอ อ้าว ไม่ใช่
Hello there, love. I'd heard you came on board yesterday, so I did wonder whether we would run into one another at some point.
Hello, Scarlet. Last time we spoke was a month and a half ago near Trista, I think.
Quite a memorable day for both of us, wasn't it? There's no need to stand over there. Come and have a seat. I'll pour us some tea.
You really don't have to. Well, I guess there's no harm in chatting for a bit.
These tea leaves really are wonderful, aren't they? Only the best for the airship of Erebonia's most powerful noble, I suppose.
I have to admit, the fragrance is like no tea I've ever had before. You're right, though. It makes sense if it's something Duke Cayenne personally chose.
Oh? I was under the impression that your family is a part of the nobility, too. Your father is a baron, isn't he?
He might be a noble, but generally barons aren't all that wealthy. We live a relatively modest lifestyle.
Oh, really? I wouldn't have thought it before, but maybe my family was actually more well off than yours.
And Scarlet, I heard she lost her old hometown when he went and built a railway through it.
What kind of family did you come from then?
Oh, they weren't nobles, if that's what you're wondering. They were just relatively wealthy farmers. We were almost local celebrities in a way.
Oh, I see.
You're wondering how someone like me became a terrorist? It's written all over your face.
Well, I can't deny that I'm curious. I heard that you lost your hometown because Osborne built a railway through it.
Oh, did C tell you? No, I suppose it must have been V. He never was one to keep quiet about things.
So, I mean, what happened?
Some things are best left unsaid, I think. It's not as if knowing would somehow allow you to change things.
I suppose.
You're so adorable, Reen. Now I know why C took a liking to you. What do you say? How about you come and fight with me and the other big girls and boys? It'll be fun, I promise.
Please stop teasing me. Anyway, thank you for the tea. It wasn't just made with high-quality leaves. It was brewed exceptionally, too.
You're very welcome.
Oh, actually, I may as well ask while I have the chance. Where did you learn how to use that weapon of yours anyway? It's pretty unique.
Oh, that? I suppose it can't hurt to tell you. The holy city of Arteria.
The Arteria? Where the high seat of the Septian Church is?
That's the one. It's called a Templar sword, and it's a traditional weapon in the church. A few years ago, I was studying to be a sister and was trained in how to use it there.
Surely you must be talking about some other church, right? You're telling me there are sisters in the Septian Church who use weapons like that?
There are more things in this world you don't know than you could possibly imagine. Well, it doesn't matter much now. I ended up returning to Erebonia before my training was complete.
Oh?
Anyway, that's all I'm telling you for now. I'll give you the full story if you decide to join us. Sound fair? And if you choose not to join, well, that way has its own charms, I suppose.
She ended up being a lot friendlier than I expected her to be. I wonder how much of what she was saying about being a sister was true. She seemed to really hate the Chancellor. I wonder what she intends to do now that he's gone.
มีชั้น2ด้วยเหรอ
This should be the guest of honor's room. It sounds like whoever's in there is busy. Might be better to swing by later. I can sense someone inside. And judging by the fact that S is in the next room.
Huh? It's open. Come on in.
Excuse me.
Oh, it's you. You finished talking with C?
His name's Crow, not C. And he's never going to be anything else for me.
Oh, I know his real name. But to us, he's always gonna be C. That's our leader. He might be young, but each and every one of us look up to him and respect him. Anyway, take a seat. You got a whole lot of questions, I bet.
Does you asking that mean you're willing to answer them?
Depends on the questions.
Just out of curiosity, how many members does the Imperial Liberation Front have left? I know the explosion back in the mine was staged, obviously.
Sure was. Anyway, 10, give or take. We lost most of our members as soon as the war started kicking into gear.
Oh. Is that because the group's primary objective had been fulfilled?
Basically, yeah. We all came from different backgrounds. But the one thing we had in common was that we hated that bastard's guts. So after he'd kicked it, most of the guys didn't really have any reason for sticking around. Can't say I blame them for calling it quits.
Crow said that seeing this war through to its end was the last part of his game. Are the members who haven't left sticking around for similar reasons?
Interesting question. Can't speak for the others, but me? I don't really care how this war goes. I mean, I'm a former Jaeger who can hold his own in a fight. I've always lived for war, and teaching those dumbasses in the provincial armies how to pilot soldats is a job worth doing, even if it's a pain. If we disband, I'll find myself something else to do.
I see. I can't defend the assassination of the Chancellor or what you did near Trista, but I'd be happy if you chose to disband at least.
You're a funny kid. Being oddly nice to us after all the shit we caused, don't you think?
The cycle of hatred's gone on for long enough. The crimes you've committed will never vanish, but no one wants this war to go on longer than it has to. It's not as though you guys want war, do you?
That's enough of the niceties. You've got time to worry about us. Use it to worry about yourself. Whether you choose to side with the Alliance or go against them, you've got a tough road ahead, whether you like it or not. Make sure to think long and hard before you decide. And if we end up as enemies again, show me what you got. On the battlefield, I mean.
Excuse me.
Think I might have been too harsh on the kid. Still... yeah. He's probably perfect for the job.
ไม่ร่วมกับแกหรอกเว้ย
He saw right through me. He's not wrong, though. I should be worrying about myself right now. He seemed kind of different, though. Like he'd lost his spark. His sole objective in life seemed to be to get revenge for his old Jaeger Corps killed by Osborn. Maybe he's just not sure what to do with himself now that he's done just that?
Good day to you, Reinschwarzer.
What the? You're the Phantom Thief! You sure look comfortable. What are you doing here?
Ha ha! Why wouldn't I be? I'm as much a guest on this ship as you are. And who would deny themselves the pleasure of a ship so beautiful? The furnishings are immaculate. The food and wine are positively sumptuous. And I am of the firm belief that it's wasteful not to take advantage of the opportunities life presents you. Ah, and speaking of opportunities, don't just stand there. Take a seat and join me in having a drink. You've been blessed with the rare chance to sit and chat one-on-one with the most beloved thief of our time.
I can't believe that's how you describe yourself. Well, what the hell? I'll have a drink. Nothing alcoholic, though. Funny. I didn't realize you'd met Prince Olivert.
Indeed, there are few even among royals whose palate is so refined as his. Between our shared love of beauty and fundamental difference of opinion on the nature of love, he forever remains an endless source of entertainment for me.
I suddenly feel very sorry for him. What happened down in Liberl sounds pretty amazing, though. I'd heard there were problems with orbital technology in southern Erebonia at the time, but I had no idea that was why.
Ha ha! That magnificent floating city was quite the sight to behold, let me tell you. Oh, how I wish I could have shown it to you. It would have changed your view of the world completely.
It really does sound amazing. Wait, why am I sitting here having a friendly discussion with a wanted criminal? He has so many interesting and unusual stories, I got completely caught up listening to them.
Ha ha! A thief of my caliber can steal much more than objects, Reen. There. I was able to steal much of your time and your interest. Perhaps I stole your heart as well?
Rest assured that did not happen. Your stories were interesting, though, I'll admit. By the way, you wouldn't happen to know where Prince Olivert is now, would you? Last I checked, he wasn't actively fighting against the Alliance.
Ha ha! I imagine Duke Cayenne would welcome a man like the Prince with open arms into the Alliance, if he so wished to join. To my knowledge, he was always wary of the Chancellor himself. But I digress. I'm afraid not even I know where he is at the moment. However, I'm inclined to believe that wherever he's hiding, the Crimson Wings is there with him.
So the Courageous is missing too, then. Although the Duke's got some nerve if he expects Prince Olivert to side with him after he imprisoned the rest of the Imperial family.
But think, these kinds of things are simply what the great nobles of this country have always done. The War of the Lions, too, was brought about by numerous families of some standing backing potential successors to the throne. Emperor Dreikels, as a late arrival to the war, was a mere exception to the rule. I wonder, does Prince Olivert think himself as the second coming of Dreikels?
One of which is to bring the winds of change to Thor's military academy. A gust of fresh air, if you will. I'll admit, I hesitated to allow it, but I decided to place my hopes in you. We believed then, as we still do, that one day you all will be a great light that can push back the darkness of this country.
I don't think he does. From what I can tell, he intends to try and end this war in a slightly different way from Dreikels.
Oh? Do tell.
Sorry, but I should be going. Thanks for all the interesting stories. They helped me work through things in my head a bit.
Ha ha! I'm pleased to hear it. I will be waiting at the edge of my seat to hear which path you choose. Join us, and you'll be warmly welcomed. Naturally, I'm fascinated by you as the Ashen Knight's pilot, but I'm even more fascinated with that brute strength of yours. I would love the chance to see the power of an ogre up close.
I doubt it's half as interesting as what you're thinking. Anyway, if you'll excuse me.
อยากคุยกับเด็กจิ
I wonder who's in here.
We got a visitor?
Come on in.
Excuse me.
เป็นคู่ขากันเหรอวะ
Figured it was you. Sup?
Have a seat. Bourbon? I suppose not.
Yeah, I really shouldn't. How come you guys are being so friendly, though? I mean, we're on opposing sides and all.
Why wouldn't we be? It's not like we're on a battlefield right now. We're Jaegers. Nothing unusual about us trying to cut some throats one day that's sitting in a bar with the same guys the next.
Of course, if you would rather fight with us, that can be arranged.
I shall have to politely decline. For one thing, I don't think I'd stand the slightest chance of taking you two down.
Hey now, no need to be so pessimistic. Fee seems to think pretty highly of you. Have a little more faith in yourself.
At the very least, you'd be able to give us a real fight in your divine night. Not that I'd have any intention of losing even then.
The scary thing is, I'm pretty sure he's dead serious. Well, they're used to taking out tanks. They probably have their ways.
Huh. Oh yeah? Ranking 72nd for the year in an academy full of big shot students ain't half bad. Brings a tear to my eye to see our little Fee putting her heart into her education.
And don't forget, she was the youngest of her classmates, too. The boss was right when he said that she can do anything she puts her mind to.
You got that right. Maybe joining the gardening club will make her a bit more ladylike, too. Oh, who am I kidding?
She's still young. She has plenty of time to develop on that front if she so pleases.
They really seem to adore her, like two proud parents talking about their child. And yet... If you don't mind me asking, why did you leave Fee behind? After your boss was killed in a battle with his sworn enemy, I mean.
Oh, Fee told you about that. It sounds like you're closer to her than I thought you were.
I trust this is simply me being paranoid. But you haven't tried making any moves on her, have you?
No, of course not. I wouldn't dream of it. I just want to know why you'd abandon her when she obviously means so much to the two of you. She thought of you all like family. Why did you leave her all alone?
Well, we had our reasons. Let's leave it at that. I know you want to know, but you're not the one we should be telling that to.
We'll be sure to tell Fee our reasons in due time. Until then, leave the issue be.
All right. I can accept that. Still, she's our classmate. And in that sense, she's like family to me, to us, too. And we feel that way about her just as strongly as you do, if not more so. I want to be perfectly clear on that.
Fighting words right there.
Still, we'll remember you said that. Returning to the matter at hand, you're sure you haven't tried to make any moves on her?
Come on, spit it out.
They really are like two overprotective fathers. I was hoping to get a bit more out of them about what Zephyr is up to. All we did was talk about Fee the whole time. Oh well, at least now I know that the guys in Zephyr really cared about her, so it wasn't a complete waste of time. I can sense someone inside. What the?
โครเหรอ
Oh, it's you. Forgot you were staying here too.
Yeah. What was that? It's gone now anyway. Maybe it was just my imagination.
So what's up? I couldn't give a damn whether you joined the Alliance or not, to be honest.
Oh, I didn't come here for any specific reason.
Interesting. You mixed by any chance?
Could I sit and talk to you for a while?
What a pain in the ass.
ขนาดนั้นเลย
So, what do you want to ask?
When we ran into each other back near Bereahard, you asked a weird question. Something about being mixed?
Oh, that?
I didn't have the chance to figure out what that meant at the time. But what did you mean?
Don't know if I can even explain that one. It's just something you feel. What we've got mixed into us is obviously different in strength and nature. It's kind of hard to put into words.
Yeah, seems that way. I know you're not trying to confuse me on purpose, but I really can't wrap my head around what you're saying.
Just watch.
Huh?
There's no trick to it. I'm not using an ornament, it's not magic. And I'm not using an artifact either. I just will fire to appear, and it does.
So it's just a totally unnatural ability?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Something that just gives you results, without the processes you'd usually have to go through to obtain them. You've got one too, right?
Well, true. That power of mine wasn't something I gained from training. I don't even know where the power itself is coming from.
It's the same kind of thing. People who can do things like that usually have something mixed into them. Something foreign, unnatural, mixed into their body itself. Different to the church's stigmas. Looks like a pretty small part of it in your case, though.
Oh.
There, huh? Anyway, I couldn't tell you how, where, or why whatever it is got mixed into you. Sure you've got more questions, but sorry. I can't answer them.
No, it's okay. You've answered enough already. I feel like I understand myself a little better now, actually.
Good for you, I guess. So, we done now?
Yeah, thanks for your time. Oh yeah, so how much of you is unnatural?
Me? All of me.
His circumstances seem very different from mine. Guess all I can do is remember what he said. Maybe there will come a time when it'll all make sense. I'm sure one day I'll find out what this power of mine is. What the story behind me being given this power as a kid is. One day. Huh? I think I can sense someone inside.
เหลือเด็กจิตกับหญิงนักรบ
Given the circumstances, I imagine it must be one of the people who fought us in Ymir. Huh? It's open. It's empty. Weird. I could have sworn I sensed someone in here. Oh.
เด็กจิตจริงด้วย ฆ่ามันเลยดีไหม
Looking at her lying down like this, she really is just a child. Maybe 12 or 13? Somewhere close to Milliam's age. How did a kid like this end up fighting with the Alliance?
นั่นสิ
Who are you?
คนขายกางเกงใน
Who's calling me?
Is she talking in her sleep?
Situation assessed. Location is a room inside the guest area of the Pentagrule. 9 hours have passed since initial loss of consciousness.
Guess she's sleeping comfortably enough here. Then again, she needs it at her age. She's got plenty of growing left. Wait.
Huh?
Good morning?
Reen Schwarzer, why are you here? Unless my memories have been tampered with, I believe this room was solely allocated to me.
Oh, it was. Sorry. If I'd known you were sleeping, I wouldn't have come in here.
So you're an intruder then. Clown Soleus.
No, it was just an innocent mistake. Whoa! Can we at least talk about this?
No mercy for trespassers. So you claim to have no inappropriate motives for sneaking into this room.
Not claim! I really didn't!
But once you walked in, you fell victim to temptation and chose to act in accordance to your desires.
No! No, I didn't! How many times do I have to explain what happened before you'll believe me?
I was making a joke. Had you any intention of harming me, Clown Soleus would have attacked you. That he didn't proves your innocence.
Oh, right. Then what was all that for? Oh, whatever. I suppose it's my own fault for coming in without permission. Anyway, I've cleared my name. I'll see you some other time, probably.
If that's what you want to do, you didn't come to ask me anything then?
Well, no. Honestly, I didn't even know you were in here. I do have a lot I'd like to ask you, though. And just as much I'd like to say to you. Okay, if you're offering, what are your reasons for helping the Alliance? Why do you have a puppet just like Milliam's? Just who are you?
The answer to your first question is, I was ordered to do so. As all information regarding Clown Soleus is confidential, I am unable to answer your second question. And as for the last one, I am unable to fully comprehend the depth of your question.
Oh, forget it. You abducted my sister and the princess. Whether you were ordered to or not doesn't change that. And it's not something I think I can forgive. See you around. Sorry, that was probably too harsh. I can't pretend to know anything about your circumstances, but I do know that you didn't abduct them of your own free will. Anyway, with that said, I'll be going. Maybe we'll have a chance to talk again sometime.
The Black Workshop.
What?
That's the name of the place I belong to. It was they who loaned me to the Noble Alliance. Unless you choose to join the Alliance, that is the most I'm able to disclose to you.
The name doesn't ring any bells, and loaned. That makes it sound like... I suppose it's none of my business. Thanks for telling me. I'll be sure to remember that name.
I can't see doing so holding any real purpose for you. Incidentally, did you have any untoward motives behind what you just did?
No, I did not. The Black Workshop? Loaned? Sounds like stuff worth remembering.
Having to travel to and from Crossbell like this is utterly exhausting. No, I mustn't complain. I'm doing this for the sake of my lord.
She sounds awfully familiar.
หลอดดูดเหรอ
Who goes there? Wait, you're the Ashen Knight's pilot.
I remember you now. You're with Ouroboros. Duvali the Swift, right?
Have you no shame? Is it perhaps normal for you to barge into a lady's room unannounced? You and that Arseid are only as bad as each other, I swear. Learn your place!
Actually, I just walked through the door normally. I should have probably knocked before I came in, though. Sorry about that.
So, now that we're understood, what do you want?
อยากให้แกตายไง
Have you come to tell me that you'll be fighting on our side after all?
Can you not jump to conclusions? Besides, it's not like you're working with the Alliance because you agree with what they're doing.
Oh, naturally. Lady Clotilde seems to have a purpose of her own, but for my part, I have no obligation to help the Alliance whatsoever. I'm simply cooperating because I was told doing so was necessary to the plan.
Plan? I'm not sure what she's getting at. Just so we're clear, that lord you keep mentioning isn't Vita Clotilde, is it?
No. She may be an Anguis like her, but my lord is the seventh, not the second. She is the leader of the Stallritter, the great light which guides us. Gallant yet beautiful, proud yet merciful.
พอ
She's the strongest knight of all, and oh, she's simply divine.
Well, you've made it clear how great you think she is. So the head of the Stallritter is also a woman?
She certainly is. And if you must know, 100 swordsmen of your strength couldn't hope to equal her. No, 1,000, even 10,000 of you wouldn't be able to so much as scratch her.
Okay, I get it. She's strong. Still, if she's a woman who could be described as the strongest knight of all, Laura already noticed the similarity between the Eisenritter and Stallritter, but she really does sound like Saint Sandlot.
เดี๋ยวจะส่งลอร่าไปฆ่า
I see I've got you thinking. Incidentally, I may have already mentioned her title, but one can never share my lord's glory too many times. She's known as the Steel Maiden.
The Steel Maiden, huh?
And with that, I believe that's enough idle chatter. If you didn't come to tell me that you'll be fighting on our side, then we remain enemies. As such, we shouldn't be standing here being friendly with one another.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Sorry for bothering you. Actually, there was one more thing I wanted to ask. You're not an enforcer like Blue Blanc or Sharon, right? Is there any reason for that?
Ugh, you just had to ask. Enforcers are selected by the society's leader, the Grandmaster. And in order to be selected as one and given a number, that person needs to be burdened by some kind of darkness. But just so we're clear, there is no correlation between having a number and one's strength, alright? I'm quite strong.
I didn't say you weren't, but it makes perfect sense. You don't strike me as someone who's carrying any kind of darkness with you. You're refreshingly sincere. Like someone who hates anything that strays from the path of righteousness.
I'll thank you not to spout such nauseating drivel in my presence. Now get the hell out of my room!
She chased me out. I'm really curious about the Steel Maiden.
นั่นดิ
Could she really have some connection with the Lance Maiden?
เป็นคนนั้นเปล่าวะ
Perhaps even with the woman who helped us during our August field study.
นั่นดิ คุยเสร็จแล้วไปไหนต่อ โอ้โห นี่แหละคือสิ่งที่ต้องการเรพพอร์ตนี่มาทำอะไร
I think the mate's finished working in there now. I wonder who's using this room though.
Yes? Who is it? Please come in.
อย่าบอกนะว่าเป็นโฮว่า
That sounds like... Excuse me.
ไม่ใช่
I had a feeling it was you, but I didn't dare to hope.
It's you. It's really, really you.
Your Highness.
How did you get here? This all feels like a dream. Please don't tell me it is. I don't think my heart could handle the disappointment.
It's really me. I'm so glad you're safe. I'm so sorry that you had to go through all of this. If I hadn't been so weak and careless, none of this would have happened.
You mustn't apologize. Simply being able to see you again is more than I could have hoped for.
You must have been really lonely. I'm here for you now, though. I might not be the most reliable person for the job, but I'm not going anywhere.
So that's what you've been doing all this time?
Yeah, I was happy all of us were able to get back together again. But then yesterday, I ended up being invited onto this ship by Duke Cayenne. That's why I'm here, talking to you.
I do recall thinking things were a little noisier than usual yesterday. Now I know why. Strange as it may sound, I suppose I owe the Duke my thanks. After all, if not for his invitation, we wouldn't have been able to find each other like this.
Sorry. I wish I could say I'd snuck on board to rescue you or something. Incidentally, I hesitate to ask, but...
You want to know where Elise is, right? She's not on this ship, I'm afraid. I can't say for sure, but I believe she's been taken to the same place as my parents.
Really?
I'm sure it isn't news to you that my mother, father, and Cedric have been imprisoned somewhere. And apparently, they've chosen Elise to be my family's attendant. So it's likely wherever they've been taken, she's right there with them.
Really? I'm not sure whether to feel relieved or what.
I can hardly blame you. I feel exactly the same way, even.
But why were you alone imprisoned on this airship? Surely there must be some reason.
That was Duke Cayenne's decision. I believe he's using me to suppress potential rebellion in areas occupied by the Alliance, by having me address the people and calm them down.
Forgive me for saying so, but that's a little messed up, using you like that.
I don't especially mind doing it, honestly. It's a simple enough task. People all across Erebonia are uneasy about this war. And as princess, I should do what's within my power to help calm their nerves.
But at the expense of your own feelings? I know you want to help, but you can't be happy about being used as the Alliance's puppet to deceive them. Plus, you've been forcibly separated from your family, your best friend. You don't even know where they are.
Yes, but... Oh, why even bother? You see through everything, don't you, Reen? Anyway, putting my feelings aside, what do you plan to do now? I presume you don't intend to actually do whatever Duke Cayenne tells you to.
Well... I'm really not sure what to do. The longer this war goes on, the more people will suffer because of it. But even so, I don't feel as though siding with the Noble Alliance is the right course of action. And the same goes for the Imperial Army. I can't in good conscience side with them either.
I see.
There's so much to think about. You're being used as a puppet against your will? And then Elise is imprisoned somewhere too, being forced to do who knows what. I have to act somehow to change things.
That wasn't your fault, Reen.
Ever since I was taken in by my family all those years ago, I've tried to be a brother figure to her. I became the person I am today because of them. They've always loved me like they would a real son, and she's always treated me like a real older brother. You saw that power of mine, didn't you? And what I look like when I use it?
Well, yes, I did.
Back when I was a kid, something just like that happened. I ended up using it right there in front of her. She should have been terrified of me, but if she was, she never once let it show. She treated me exactly the same as before. And that was when I swore, deep within my heart, no matter what happened, no matter what I had to do, I would always protect her. And that's why I can't help but wonder. I can't help but wonder if now's the time to live up to that promise, if I should put her before everything else, even if I have to ignore or outright betray my own personal beliefs in the process.
Reen.
As your honorary little sister, I order you to get a hold of yourself!
What? Your Highness.
I know Elise far better than you think I do. In fact, I'd even go as far as to say I know her better than you. Reen, she's already told me so much about what happened 8 years ago. She told me about how that snowy day was what inspired you to take up the sword. She told me how traumatic that moment was for you. How what happened stays with you even now. And she even told me that, while she hated how she felt the tiniest bit happy because of it. Because it meant that your attention, your guilt, and your sense of responsibility were directed towards her and no one else. And she knew more than anyone how selfish that was. She may have had other reasons for choosing to go to Saint Estrella, but her main reason was that she didn't want you to keep feeling guilty because of her. More than anything else, she wanted to free you of your burdens. You should know, when you joined Thor's and were making new friends, and you finally seemed to be moving forward, she felt a little jealous, and even a little lonely at being left behind. But she was so very, very happy for you too. So please, Reen, please don't use Elise to justify not choosing your place in this war. Because I know for a fact, she wants you, of all people, to carve your own path and find true happiness.
How could I have been so blind? All this time I thought I was trying to protect her, and it's been the other way around since the start. And that's not just true for her either. Mom, Dad, Master Ka-Fai, all my friends at Thor's, they've been supporting me this whole time. How could I have missed something so obvious? I think I finally understand what I've been lacking inside of me all this time. I was so focused on trying to protect others, I never stopped to think about how relationships go both ways. Others try to support me just like I try to support them, and I have as much of an effect on them as they do on me. How did I not realize before now? I'm sorry, Master. I think you gave me that intermediate scroll a bit too soon. But better to realize late than never, I suppose. Because now I finally feel like I'm ready. As long as I keep that fact in mind, I won't lose control again.
Are you all right?
I'm fine. And I've got you to thank for that. Forget honorary. You sounded just like my real sister for a minute. So, thank you. I think it's time we get going. I wouldn't want to keep my classmates waiting any longer than I already have.
A pity, but you're right. I was rather hoping we could stay like this a little while longer. But I suppose all good things have to come to an end. Take care of yourself, Reen. I'll leave Elise's rescue to you. No matter what it takes, please... Why are you shaking your head?
I said it's time we get going, didn't I? There's no way I'm leaving my sister's best friend imprisoned in a place like this. I will get the two of us off this ship. So stay close to me.
Right!
เฮ้ยสู้ได้ปะเนี่ย
So, do you have an escape plan?
Valimar, the Ashen Knight, is on the deck. He's chained up there, but if we can get to him, I'm sure we can find some way to use him to get away from here. First, though, we need to find a way to get out of this part of the ship without anyone noticing.
Alright then. I never imagined I'd be running away from here with you at my side. Elise is going to be so envious.
Anyway, let's get going.
สู้ได้ไหมเนี่ยอ่ะไม่ได้จริงๆด้วย แสดงว่าน่าจะใส่ได้ทีหลัง
There are a lot of very strong people here, so try to keep your voice down.
Not to worry. This looks like... Thought so. It's a vent. Well, that's convenient. Might it lead to somewhere else on the ship, you think?
Most likely. Still, I can't very well ask a princess to crawl through a vent.
Nonsense, Reen. Of course you can. I'm ready to begin our great escape.
But it's going to be all dark inside, and probably filthy too.
A little bit of darkness and dirt never hurt anyone. I had to travel through some fairly narrow underground passages when escaping from Heimdall, too. All right? How about I go first? I'm smaller than you, after all.
No, definitely not. Well, as long as you're all right with it. But I'll be going first. Like I said before, just stay close to me.
All right, then.
You'd think a princess would be more mindful when she's wearing a dress.
I'm surprised. It's not dirty at all in here.
Maybe it's because the ship's newly built?
Oh! There's a corner!
We must be past the guest area then.
They โผล่ที่ไหนเนี่ย
Looks like we're in the clear for that part of the ship at least.
My, that was intense. It's like I've stepped right into the world of one of those spy novels that are so popular these days.
Anyway, here's hoping we can make it to the deck without getting caught.
What is it?
Soldiers are coming this way. Keep a safe distance and let me handle this.
feels like the closest thing we have to someone ordinary around here is that kid. It's pretty nerve-wracking having to be around them all.
I just wish I could get to see Princess Alphen in person.
Oh.
What?
Too late!
Good luck, Green!
Here I go!
เดี๋ยวนะ อ๋อ มีข้อแนะนำด้วย บอกว่าเป็นทหารประเภทเดียวที่สู้ที่ Watch Tower มันตีแรงเหมือนกันนะ แล้วก็สามารถฮีลตัวเองได้ด้วย Arts ทางที่ดีที่สุดก็คือให้อัลฟินใช้ Art ของ อัลฟินบอกว่ามันแรงพอที่จะทำลายพวกมันด้วยการร่าย3 ครั้ง แล้วก็อย่าลืม cancel ตอนมันร่ายเวทด้วย เมื่อเลือดรีนเหลือน้อยให้อัลฟินฮิลโอเคปัญหาคือว่าเราต้องใช้ท่าไม่ตายไหมเนี่ย
All right, let's do this!
Right! Gladly!
ใช้เลยแล้วกันเนาะจนตีไม่ได้อีกเอาได้อยู่ฮิวได้ไหมฮิวก็ได้อยู่ฮิวอ่ะ50โอเคอยู่นะ
Activate!
Too slow! Azure flames, gather on my blade! That's that. Let's keep moving.
Oh, they're strong.
Are you all right, Your Highness?
Yes, I'm fine. Thanks to you, of course. Let's be going. I'll be sure to stay very close to you.
Good. All right, here we go.
ระวังทหารดึงผมนะน่ารักดีแฮะ
Right!
My turn!
ตีไม่ได้
Now's our chance. Let's get him! Let's move.
มันมีหมาด้วย
There! Ha! Now!
Ha! Right!
ใช้อะไรล่ะ ลม หมาล่ะ ไฟลม เอาไงเลยเนี่ย บวกแล้วกันนะ
My turn. There! Ha!
It's my turn.
My turn. Ha! Now!
Ha!
You're finished!
Oh, Reed! Are they mechanical monsters?
They're called archaisms.
I don't suppose escaping through the windows would be an option.
Probably not. We'll have to do this the long way. Now's our chance. Let's get him! Here I go. There! Ha! Now's our chance.
Yeah! Right! Arcus, activate! Yeah!
My turn. There! Ha! Now's our chance. Your Highness! Sit!
Right!
มันลงละดินน้ำลม
Ah!
Here I go. Sit! Now!
Ha!
You're finished!
Oh.
There they are! Recover the princess!
Whew!
2 soldiers, 1 military monster. Shouldn't be a problem. Stay back, please.
Right! Good luck, Reen!
My turn. All right, let's do this!
Understood! Gladly! Arcus, activate!
Huh!
โอ้
Huh!
Right! Arcus, activate! Yeah! Oh, light!
Thanks!
สวยโคตรเลยอ่ะ
I won't give up! Sit! That's the power of the 8 leaves.
เกือบไปแล้วเนี่ย
I'm shocked how skilled you are with arts.
You are? You're so sweet.
Let's move.
ดีมากห้องนี้
There! Ha!
Gladly! Ah.
My turn. There! Ha!
It's my turn. Ah.
My turn. Ha!
No.
It's my turn. Arcus, activate! Ha! That was splendid!
Ha!
The บอสแล้ว
Sit!
Good luck, Green!
Let's move. There! Ha!
Right! Arcus, activate! Ha!
Here I go. There! Ha!
Gladly! Arcus, activate!
Let's move. Ha!
Ha!
My turn. Sit! Now's our chance. You're finished!
Oh, look! A staircase!
Hopefully this will lead to the deck. How did you get ahead of us?
Ha ha! I'll freely admit I wasn't actually expecting you to join the Alliance. But not even in my wildest dreams did I imagine you'd try to flee the ship with our dearest princess.
You're a bold one, I'll give you that.
I wasn't expecting to run into either of you on the way out either.
ลูกกระจอก2 ตัว
You guys aren't called the Phantom Thief and Duvally the Swift for nothing.
Trying to praise us won't get us to let you pass.
Ha ha! Princess Alphin is one of this nation's most precious treasures. You surely couldn't have thought that I, the Phantom Thief, would allow you to steal her from us, could you?
I'm not being stolen by anyone. If anything, I was the one who whispered sweet nothings into his ear and tempted him to run away with me.
Oh my! What a passionate young lady you are. Forgive me for being so presumptuous. You've no doubt taken after your brother in more ways than one.
I'd like to believe that I'm not quite the oddball he is. I couldn't agree more with his belief that love is the truest form of beauty, however.
Really now?
They're actually hitting it off.
I think that's enough messing around for one day. You're an enforcer, Blue Blanc. Take your work seriously and behave!
Ha ha! I think the number of enforcers who take things seriously are in the minority, I'm afraid. Still, you're right about us having played around for long enough. I find the many mysteries surrounding you fascinating, but there's a certain appeal to them remaining forever unsolved, too.
You may think yourself a swordsman, but allow me to show you how little you truly know.
Are you sure you can do this?
I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. The gap in skill between us is small enough that I should be able to force our way through.
Oh?
Small? The difference in our strength is like night and day, you boor! And if you're foolish enough to be unable to see that, then allow me to make you realize your folly and pay for your arrogance.
The one being foolish and arrogant is you.
My.
Reen?
I owe me being able to do this to you, Your Highness. You and Elise. No. Everyone who's done anything to aid us in coming this far deserves thanks.
What's happened to him?
Could this be your ogre power?
8 leaves, 1 blade school, intermediate level. I, Reen Schwarzer, will be your opponent.
ในไกด์ก็บอกว่าก็ควรสแกนทั้งสองคนเนาะแล้วก็
This is his ogre power?
แค่ทำให้มันเหลือเลือดน้อยกว่าหรือเท่ากับกึ่งหนึ่งเนาะแล้วก็อาจจะใช้เอสคราฟเนาะถ้ามันยังไม่ตายก็ใช้ก็โจมตีมาอีก 2-3 ทีประมาณนี้
Come, my minions!
Yeah! Let's move!
What? Have some of these.
Here we go! There! Ha!
What? There's nowhere to run.
Let's move! There! Ha!
What?
Here we go!
นี่เป็นคลาส A เนาะ
What?
How can this be happening? What is he?
Ha ha ha! Splendid! Simply splendid! So you finally conquered your power and made it your own, did you? You continue to fascinate me, Reen.
Reen!
Forgive me, Your Highness.
What for?
บายบายพวกโง่
Goodness!
Wait just a damn minute!
Whoa, what's going on here?
I don't know, but I don't think it's worth us chasing after them.
We'll make our way directly to the deck. Are you all right, Your Highness?
Yes! Perfectly! My heart just feels as if it's about to burst.
That doesn't sound very fine.
Come on, is now really the time to be flirting with each other?
โปรเหรออ้าวไม่ใช่
You're here too.
You got some real guts, kiddo. But you ain't getting past us.
Zephyr's guard shall not be easily broke.
Looks like he's picked up a few tricks from our fee.
The targets have broken our line of defense. Commencing pursuit.
I'm sorry about that, Your Highness.
I'm fine. Don't worry about me. But, can I hold on to you a little tighter?
Of course.
Targets in sight. Commencing capture. My suspicions outlining you as an indecent person seem to have been confirmed.
Can you not make me out to be some kind of pervert all the time, please?
Target lost. I may have underestimated you, Reen Schwarzer. In more ways than one.
I'm so sorry, Your Highness. I didn't really have any choice but to do that. I realize that's no excuse.
I know you didn't. But she seemed even younger than me. How could you, Reen? That truly is indecent.
ปากมากจริง
Try not to pay any attention to what she says about me. There's the exit.
Don't change the subject. That's the Ashen Knight? Isn't that... Crow? And...
ตัวดี
Huh. So that's how it manifests for you.
You finally mastered that power you got, huh? Still, you're one busy guy, you know that? One minute you're down in the dumps, the next, you've got one of the cutest girls in the country cheering you up.
Well, I can't deny it, but she wasn't the only one. There was my sister, our classmates, even you, in a sense.
Come on.
Can't say I'm not curious to see what that power of yours can do. But I think you get priority here, right?
Yeah, let me have this one.
Your Highness, if you don't mind.
Alright.
This is your first time fighting me without the mask on, I think. With our Divine Knights, I come out on top. But let's see who wins when it's just the two of us.
Sounds good to me. You managed to win against 3 of us at once in the catacombs below Heimdall. But it's just you and me now. And this time, I'll be the victor.
Go ahead and try. All right, you ready, Reen?
Gotcha!
My turn!
ในบทสรุปบอกว่าเป็นการต่อสู้ที่ค่อนข้างง่าย ก็คือซัดกันเลยแลกกันหมัดต่อหมัดเลย ก็คือถ้าคุณเห็นแบบโบนัสเทิร์นโบนัสเช่นคริติคอลเนี่ยให้ใช้เอสคราฟตอนนั้นเนาะถ้าโคร เรื่องของโคต่ำกว่า 50% เนี่ยขอให้แน่ใจว่าคุณน่ะมีเลือดเยอะกว่า 7,000 เพราะว่าโคเนี่ยอาจจะใช้ S craft เนาะคือมันอาจจะแบบคุณอาจจะเจอทีเดียวตายเลยอะไรประมาณนั้นโอเคมา
My turn. Here we go.
ดีเลย์ได้ไหมเนี่ยโอกาส10
Here we go.
เฮ้ยจะหมดแล้วเหรอ
My turn.
Not bad.
Let's move. Let's move.
Sit.
My turn. Let's move.
Sit.
Here we go.
Cat.
Here we go.
ระยะอันตราย
My turn.
Shoulder the cross of your demise. Deadly cross.
หลบได้ไหมเนี่ย
I'm not done yet. Yeah. Let's move. Arcane Gale. Here we go. Sit. My turn. My turn. Arcane Gale. My turn.
บ๊ายบายคนรัก
Damn. That's what I can really do. All right.
Huh. You actually did it. I sure wasn't expecting you to beat me one-on-one.
You fought pretty well yourself. It couldn't have been easy to last as long as you did against me like this. Why did this have to happen now?
Guess your luck ran out.
We finally caught up to you.
Well, aren't you, Mr. Popular?
But I think you may have been slightly too reckless this time.
That wasn't a bad fight. Even if you lost, at least you tried, I guess.
Your Highness, please move away from me.
Hey, don't be too rough with... Look sharp!
The Crimson Wings?
What are you all?
Sorry for the wait, Reen.
Yo, we're here to save the day.
You caught us all off guard back in Ymir.
So this time we opted to take the initiative ourselves.
We meet again, severing chains. And I see you brought the purple lightning with you.
She brought more than that. Check out the Icy Maiden and that big shot arts user from the Bracer Guild.
We couldn't ask for a more impressive group. However...
Here it comes again.
Your lordship!
Uncle Victor!
It's good to see you again, Rain. And it relieves me to see you're none the worse for wear, Your Highness.
Ugh! The Radiant Blade Master is here too?
Huh.
เตรียมตัวตายซะเถอะพวกแก
You're strong. Very strong.
That's quite the nod, coming from the blazing demon himself. I can see now why you're considered one of the fiercest in Ouroboros, and why some even claim you to be the Steel Maiden's equal.
Well, I know who I'm gonna be fighting.
Don't you go forgetting about us now.
You're all here too?
Are you okay, Reen?
Looks like we've landed in the middle of something pretty crazy.
And not a moment too soon.
You came!
I'm glad to see you're all right. You certainly seem to have kept yourself busy. Enjoying your scandalous elopement with Reen, are you?
Oh, he gave me the time of my life. You guys were having that much fun, huh?
And with our princess, Reen?
To think we were so worried about you.
You're not supposed to take it literally.
So this is what you threw me out of Valimar for? Doesn't look very fun.
โดนย
Crow, you're here.
It feels like it's been ages since we last saw you.
You're looking spiffy, Crow.
I'm hanging in there. Sure wasn't expecting all of you to show up, though. How are we even gonna settle this?
That is the question, isn't it?
I'd roughly estimate both sides to be of equal strength.
Yeah? So we'd probably just end up at a stalemate, huh?
Well, that doesn't sound like much fun at all. What say we just forego the fighting and have ourselves a party instead?
Ha ha ha! I could never turn down a party!
That sounds simply wonderful.
I'll bring the booze.
Ah! No, no, no! Can't one of you take this a little more seriously?
This is getting us nowhere. Look who decided to show up.
นั่นสินางนี่ไม่ได้อยู่ในเรือบินนี่นะ
Krianos, Vida! Welcome aboard the Pantagruel, Emma. Your overall ability as a witch might still be lacking, but that transportation spell was exceptional. I must apologize for the untimely intrusion. As displeased as a few of you might be by the idea, I think it best if we let one another peacefully go our separate ways this time. I'll be the one who bears the brunt of Duke Cayenne's anger. Vida.
Can't say I understand why we should.
It's not our place to question the orders of our clients.
Whatever. Gives me something to look forward to later.
Okay. See ya, Fee.
Next time we meet,
it will be as enemies.
ก็เป็นศัตรูอยู่แล้วไม่ใช่หรอ
Yep, I know.
Aww, I was kinda hoping we'd be able to talk some more.
I expect we will have multiple opportunities to do so in the near future.
Well, catch you later, Phantom Thief.
Or not. You do know that no one likes your stupid pranks, right?
Tut tut! There's no need to be so harsh. It's a shame we couldn't resume our debate on the nature of beauty this time, my most worthy rival.
I could wax eloquent about beauty till I'm old and gray, but honestly, I think it's about time we settled things between us.
Next time we meet, Radiant Blade Master and his daughter, it will be to battle.
Well, I certainly have no objection to that.
You seem to bear some manner of ill will against my household. I don't know your reasons, but should we be granted the opportunity, I would gladly settle things with you in battle.
Yes, well, let's not be too hasty. I can wait.
Guess that wraps things up for now. You've definitely grown, but you've still got plenty of room for improvement, especially when it comes to piloting Valimar. So unless you're up for another beatdown, I suggest you get to work on fixing that.
Yeah, I know. Oh, and just to confirm, you were the one who told Toval where I was, right?
2 days ago, I got a call out of nowhere on my Arcus. They gave me this crazy amount of detail on exactly where to find you, then they just hung up. Didn't even say who they were. Oh, now that you mention it, he does have the same voice as that mystery caller. I did think he sounded familiar. It must have been because I'd heard it during your concert at the festival.
Damn, looks like the jig is up.
You really did that?
Oh, Crow, there's no shame in admitting that you care, you know.
And if I might be so bold as to offer a word of advice, get Valimar a better sword, one like yours. If you think you're such hot stuff you can beat me without your 8 Leaves training, you're in for a world of hurt.
Correct choice of armaments is indeed paramount. Selecting one the Awakener is well suited to will increase combat efficiency exponentially.
I can't pretend to know much about this kind of thing.
He's right. Eastern blades like my Tachi are the heart and soul of the 8 Leaves 1 blade style swordsmanship. Alright, I'll take your advice. And when I've got myself one, I'll finally take everything back. The Academy, Elise, and even you, Crow.
If that's how you want it, I'd like to see you try.
Courageous! Full speed ahead!
Commence retreat from this airspace.
Bye bye.